Oh my God, what the hell is up, people? It is the middle of the afternoon. What's going on? How are you out there? Thinker St. James here with you. And there were Muay Thai fights at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock this morning. There is Cage Fury grappling on today. I wasn't doing any of that shit, so we're going to be watching a little bit of a rewatch over here. UFC 207, that is Amanda Nunes versus Ronda Rousey, and that starts in just over 8 minutes from now. Got a little bit of a later start than I wanted to, but we are here right now. How are you doing out there? W Yama, W TJF coming in first and foremost. Appreciate you, brother. Shout out to the great Polo T. Sarah Toby, what is up with you, my darling? How are you? Ah, crack of the bull. We got that whip on deck. Delicious. Oh, yes. Harrison beats Nunes still won't change my mind. Well, we shall see, won't we? We will see very soon, it would seem. I mean, that's got to be coming up. You know, once we get to the other side of the new year, everything's going to start clicking really, really quickly. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels like it's a ways away now, but like sooner than later, everything's going to be like boom, boom, boom. Things are just going to be falling into place. You doing Octagon tomorrow? If not, all good. But Martin Budai winning the belt. I saw that Octagon is doing a show. I have to find out how to watch that. I got to see if see what their what the structure is with that. Because if it's a pay-per-view, I don't know. I'll have to see. It's also Sunday, so I might not. But we'll check out the start times and all that aspect of things. Why is this so? Oh. That's why, because it's the wrong direction. There we go. That's a little bit better. How's that? Perfect. We'll see. I'm not opposed to it though. I would love to watch Octagon. Actually, I've been wanting to watch Octagon. I actually follow Octagon pretty closely on LinkedIn. I'm linked up with a couple of people that work at Octagon, so I would definitely like to check their product out. Octagon does ridiculously big shows over in Europe, by the way. Octagon's viewership in Europe is like booming. Like they fill out stadiums over there. So I think they're in Germany, I want to say. Germany, Austria region. But yes, I did know that Martin Budai was fighting there, and I would like to watch that one. So actually, you can do me a favor. If you can find out how to watch it, I can find it myself, but if you want to pull the homie move, throw the link in the Discord, and I'll take a look and see how much it costs. Sarah Toby is doing wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. Doing my makeup for my photo shoot, and I'm here, so doing great. How am I? I'm doing fan-fucking-tastic, as always. Doing great. Really happy to have found something for today, because, I wanted to stream. It's Saturday. Saturday is a streaming day. We've been doing a lot of content streaming-wise lately, and wanted to keep it going. So happy that they're doing this, and, nice little walk down memory lane. We're going to get to see Ronda Rousey get beat the fuck out of. We're going to get to see Cody Garbrandt doing his breakdancing moves. These are milestones of mixed martial arts. So yeah, good to hear that you're doing well. Cool. You're doing a photo shoot. That's awesome. Is it a overly spicy photo shoot, or is this a risque photo shoot, or none of the above? Let me know. Very important details here. Bloomis, the master musician, is in the chat. People, you don't even know, okay? Bloomis over here, for anybody who's not aware, Bloomis is a ridiculously talented musician. And Bloomis is in the process of cooking up the most banger music, and you are going to be able to hear some of this banger music taking the place of the already banger theme song that we have for the podcast called Last Week's Fights that takes place on this channel every Monday night. We are in the process. We're working out a couple of behind-the-scenes details, but let me tell you something. I have heard the song. I have helped to produce the song in a very limited capacity, only giving my opinions. Bloomis is doing the brunt of the work on all of this, and I cannot tell you how good this song is. This song is a song that, just off of the musicianship alone, is going to get into your head, and it will not leave. It has been running through my brain since he put it into my ears, and I cannot tell you how happy that it makes me. So I can't wait to share it with all of you guys when we get to that point. Keep your ears open. But Blooming says, Nunes versus Rousey. I remember that fight right when we moved into this house. Yeah, it must be 9 years ago. It is indeed 9 years ago. 2016 when this event took place. December 30th, to be exact. So almost to the day. But yeah, we're going to see a whole bunch of fun stuff on this card, hopefully. You know, I mean, I remember obviously the main event. I remember the Cody Garbrandt fight against Dom Cruz. But we're going to be seeing all the rest of the stuff from the undercard that, you know, I don't remember all of it. So I'm excited for that aspect of it. The photo shoot is both. There's a couch, claw tub, and shower in the studio. Oh, it'll be a gradual transition from chill to pretty spicy. I got you. Okay. Well, I guess I'll keep my eyes out for some of the results from all of that. But that does sound very cool. You're too kind. We're making it happen together. Love the process. But yeah, dude, brother, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for undertaking this musical journey together. It's been great. I really do appreciate it, and I cannot tell you how happy I am with the song. What's a claw tub? I have a couple of thoughts on that. No. Rick Allen, how are you, sir? John Dong, how are you, sir? Come on, John. You can't make it that obvious, my guy. Oh, the John Dong Rick Allen connection grows stronger every day. How are you, gentlemen? Or sir, I should say. This card is irrelevant because it happened a long time in the past. This card is extremely relevant. This is the ultimate downfall of Ronda Rousey. Just because it took place 9 years ago does not diminish its value in the grand scheme of this great sport called mixed martial arts. Get your facts straight, Mr. Allen, or should I say Mr. Dong? Rick and Dong in the chat, you know it. Never the two are far apart. What a coincidence, exactly. I really do think that John Dong could be Kevin Gates the way that he has two phones. Oh, man. All right. We got 1 minute and 35 seconds until this thing starts. Thank you all for checking in on this fine Saturday afternoon. I love that it's the afternoon because, you know, really, like, I could be doing other stuff, whatever, doing other things for the channel, this and that. But I was like, you know, I love Saturdays are streaming days. Saturdays are for the boys. This is what we are here for. And ladies, of course, Sarah Toby included in all of that as well. And any other fine ladies who want to hang out with the homies. But like, this is what we're here for. Chilling. We actually have something free on YouTube, even if it's an old event. There is nothing wrong with going back to the classics. So I'm very glad that we are here together to do this. Dong is an Asian man living in the southern U.S. and I'm a white guy living in Canada. So you say. So you say. Oklahoma's not the South, really, though, right? That's like the Midwest. Am I wrong? Maybe it's like the dead center of the country. I don't know. Not great with geography. Savage, how are you, sir? The big homie, arrogant Savage, showing up this afternoon. Appreciate you. KK Boy, the first person to ever use the super chat system on Yamma in the stream right now. KK Boy, good to see you, my friend. Where is Rick Allen? He's here in the chat. Geographically, Rick Allen is in Canada or Oklahoma or neither of those places. No one knows for sure. Glad you're streaming, Sarah. I am glad to be here. I'm glad that all of you are here with me as well. Thank you for being here. Fantastic. And I'm looking forward to this. You know, again, it's should be starting right now, actually. We're waiting for feed. But 2 o'clock, it says 2 o'clock, waiting for UFC is what it says on the broadcast. So any moment now, we should be getting some fights on the screen. Again, the link to this live stream is in the description of the video. Oh, and here we go. There's your timer. Commentators is your sync point. Goldberg on this commentating staff today. God, I miss Mike Goldberg. Shout out to Goldie. Oh, and they're getting right into it. Cowboy Oliveira versus Tim Means. Let's go. Dirty Bird on deck. I love it. All right. Well, we are right in. We're in it. Oh shoot. Actually, let me do this real quick. Hold on. There we go. All right, we're good. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Okay is in the South. I'm Canadian, and I know your country geography better than you. I guess you do. It's not the South, though. It's not the South. Trust Rick Allen. The South, I know the South. The South is like Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana. That's the South. Oklahoma might be more southern than other places, but it is not the South. Hey, KK boy coming in with the $1 super chat like an absolute Chad. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Chi wee wee to you. Unfortunately, because we have the audio from the stream on currently, I can't have the chi wee wees playing, but know that the chi wee wee power is coming through the stream from me to you personally. Dong must be like one of 10 Asian men in Oklahoma. I don't think that John Dong is actually Asian. Must be like 98% white there. Probably not. I think that there's probably more diversity than you're giving it credit for. Love the holidays and the time off work. Bloomis, I hope you're having some great time off work, my friend. And yes, I too love the holidays. Had a really lovely holiday with the family. Very low key. Got to watch a fun movie called The Thursday Murder Club. It was very much an old people movie, but it was a fun old people movie directed by the great Chris Columbus. I've talked about this on a previous stream, but it bears repeating. This was a movie that is worth watching, I should say. Free on Netflix if you have a subscription. I would recommend it. Hey, CP Smalls, the man, the myth, the legend, the podcast co-host extraordinaire. How are you, sir? Good to see you, brother. Indeed. Yep, absolutely. Hope everybody had some good holidays. Most definitely. Getting ready to watch Tim Means. I believe that Tim Means loses this fight, if I'm not mistaken. But we shall see. I'm trying not to look at. I gotta cover this up for myself. Obviously, I have the fight results. Excuse me, I have the fight results on screen for you guys, but I want to cover these up so I don't look at them myself. I want to be surprised. I don't remember most of these prelims. Don't go back to work until Monday the 5th. Man, yo, Europe knows how to do it, bro. There are people who didn't even get today off, or excuse me, yesterday rather, Friday. There are people who had to go directly back to work. There are some people who are just working straight through the holiday. That sucks too. John Dong with the $1 super chat. Thank you, John Dong. Much appreciated, bro. The super chat system is working in full effect, and y'all are pushing it to the maximum. Push it to the limit, baby. Let's go. Appreciate you guys. It depends on what part of Oklahoma you're in, but yeah, the part I live has a very small Asian population. Yeah, I would suspect that it's not super, super proliferate, not super widely populated, but yeah, there's pockets everywhere. I think the entire country, for the most part, save for certain places, are rather diverse. Some places, of course, more than others, obviously. Where I live, very diverse. Oh, you actually are Asian. Okay, my bad. I thought it was just the name. All right, fair enough. All right, Dong. Well, there you go. Learning new things every day. I think with the way the community is growing, shouldn't you change your name to CP Biggs? Let's go. Very true. These are big facts. All-powerful CP, I think. The almighty CP. I love it. I mean, you can't joke about these things, okay? It's not appropriate to make any kind of jokes related to the name, so don't do it. Shout out to Chase, man. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're having a great day out there. Hope all is well. There was Muay Thai this morning at 6 and 7 o'clock. I was very upset by this because I didn't get to sleep until very late. I actually watched another movie last night after the stream. We got off the stream, didn't have anything to do, but I didn't necessarily need to go to sleep immediately. So I ended up watching also on Netflix. It was a documentary film called The Perfect Neighbor. Took place in Florida, so I was interested in that. I was aware of the story, and the entire film was composed of body cam footage. So very interesting. I would say that as like a film, obviously the story itself is very compelling, very sad. There were, it didn't have like that much meat on the bone aside from the core story, but like that was enough to carry it, I would say. It was definitely worth watching, I guess. But it was good. I mean, like it wasn't bad. It was fine, but it was very interesting. I liked the fact that it was only body cam footage. I thought was an interesting twist on the true crime genre. So anyway, the point of me bringing that up though, is that I didn't get to sleep until like 4 o'clock in the morning. I find out somewhere in there that we have fights at 7 a.m. I'm like, well, fuck, I'm not doing that now. I might have gotten up for those Muay Thai fights. Who knows? Hey, CTE checking in at the brewery. Hope all is well at the brewery, my friend. Get that beer a-flowing into the mouths of those patrons. Serve it up. I might have already asked this already, but do you guys have a non-alcoholic version of whatever beer you're brewing there? Because if you do, I might have to get some Canadian import coming on down to the States. That would be awesome. Now that you have super chats on your channel, I heard that YouTube takes a cut from the donations. Yes, they do. It's a 70-30 split. But all good. YouTube is the platform that allows this all to happen, so I am more than okay with that. Which is why it might be better to PayPal you if people want to support the channel. I mean, yeah, it probably is a little bit better. PayPal takes a cut too. There's some kind of cut that gets taken out of that. I forget what the actual transaction fee is, but either way, whatever works for you. And again, you don't there was never a requirement to support the stream either way. So the fact that you guys want to do, whether it's PayPal, whether it's through YouTube, either way, I appreciate it dearly. Whatever works for you. All right, Tim Means versus Cowboy Oliveira is underway. I miss Cowboy Oliveira, man. I like that guy. He was a fun fighter. He had a cool style. He got old like everybody else. I mean, he aged out, but he was fun in his time. You don't make any non-alcoholic craft, but there's a lot of breweries in the area that do. Okay. Well, if you guys end up doing a non-alcoholic, because obviously I can get non-alcoholic beer, but I would like to support your brewery. So, if as long as you want me to support your brewery, how do you feel about it? Do they treat you well? Are you a part owner of this business? I want to support if you want me to support. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy a case of beer, have it shipped down, and give to the people that do drink. I would taste it. I'm not going to not take a sip of it, but it's kind of wasted on me, I would say. I never really liked the taste of beer, even though I drank a ton of it. Oh, nice knee for Tim Means on the stand-up. Yeah, Oliveira getting worked by Tim Means. Oh, but now he's coming back with some nice hands. You're not part owner, but it's a locally owned and operated business, so it's always good to support. Sold, brother. Let me know how I can get some beer down here to the States. Ooh! Spinning back kick to the body for Cowboy Oliveira. Brother, what a nice move. Had Tim Means doing backward somersaults. That was such a nice land. Dude, I miss Cowboy Oliveira. Did I say that already? Because it bears repeating. Cowboy Oliveira was the shit, dude. I'm not looking at Oliveira's record on Tapology. Oh, you are looking at Oliveira's record on Tapology, and that shit looks as red as my bank account. Let's not forget Dalby beat him too. Yeah, no, I mean, Cowboy Oliveira certainly did have a drop-off over time, but when he was on, he was good. Like, in his prime, he was fun, man. Shit, dude, you land a kick like he just landed right there. The value speaks for itself. He did a Max Holloway BMF spinning side kick, spinning body kick that landed flush in the breadbasket and sent Tim Means flying back like he was in a kung fu movie. Shout out to the GOAT, Nicholas Dalby, though. Is it bad that I always have the instinct to call him Thomas Dolby, the fantastic 80s electronic musician? It's kind of a compliment. I mean, Thomas Dolby was amazingly talented. Still is. I think he's still making music. What kind of beer would you want? Non-alcoholic, of course. I have no preference, brother. If it's non-alcoholic, it can be whatever. I don't usually go for very heavy stuff, but again, whatever, whatever. I am certainly down to support either which way. So, if it's like a lager, I guess that's always good. Like a blonde. Again, light shit, because the heavy stuff is like, just doesn't taste good to me. Again, I've never really been like a big beer fan to begin with. Even when I was drinking it, I was always a drink to get hammered kind of drinker. Ooh, knees to a downed opponent for Tim Means. 2 of them. God damn, Tim Means. Bro, Tim Means hit Cowboy Oliveira with not 1, but 2 knees to a downed opponent. Like it was nothing. He did. Tim Means didn't even stop at all to consider that those were illegal shots. Somebody needs to ship Tim Means a copy of the rule book back in 2016. God damn, dude, that was wild. Bro, they're showing the replay. This is so bad. He is so clearly down. His knee is down. 1 knee. And then he does the switch to the other knee. Boom, 2 knees. God damn, Tim Means is a savage. Oh, good Lord. You're here for me, Meat Rocket, brother? I am so glad that you are, dude. You are a welcomed addition to the chat. You make me laugh every time that you are here. Thank you for being here. I don't know Thomas Dolby. Is he an American? Yeah, Thomas Dolby, I believe, has blinded me with science. Am I wrong? I think that's Thomas Dolby. Thomas Dolby. Yeah, what was his major hit? Oh, no, he's English. He's an English musician. But yeah, he's like a really influential, She Blinded Me with Science was his big hit. But he was a lot behind the scenes. He was big into production and like all kinds of synthesizers and stuff. Big in like early electronic music and very, very influential. Not necessarily a household name, but definitely check out some of his deeper cuts. Very talented. Tim Means. Yeah, the Dirty Bird is an earned nickname. The dirtiest of dirty birds. They're still checking Oliveira out. I'll see if I can hook you up with some Zero lagers. Oh, yeah, absolutely, dude. I'm a big fan of the Heineken Double Zero. The Heineken Double Zero is about as close to Heineken as I could ever imagine a non-alcoholic beer to be. The fact that it is no alcohol whatsoever and tastes exactly like a Heineken is really crazy to me. Like, that's one of my favorites. If I'm ever going to be out drinking a beer, like, it's usually that. I really don't like the Michelob Ultra non-alcoholic one. That one's not great. I've had a couple of other ones. There's some really good non-alcoholic ciders. I do like cider a lot. The Double Zero, the Heineken is what you stock. Yeah, I think it's pretty common because it's so fucking good. You're a comrade. Oh, is that comrade in Russian? All right. Well, while I do not share your political views, you know that you are welcome around these parts. We are inclusive around here. Unlike other people out there who only allow echo chambers to exist in their purview, we don't do that around here. You can believe whatever you want to believe and think whatever you want to think. As long as you are cool with the people around you in the chat and with your boy, you are good by me. And that's a fact, brother. Channeling my inner Hulk Hogan there, R.I.P. Dolby, not Dolby. Yeah, yes, sure. yes, that is true. Yeah. I always want to call Nicholas Dolby Thomas Dolby. Uh, and yes, I do believe that he had some he had a hand in the Dolby surround. Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure actually. Oh yeah, yeah. They Tim Means getting DQ'd over that. Absolutely warranted. Good Lord, Tim Means. Tim Means has the nerve to be pissed off about this. He's sitting here fucking spitting and shitting over here like he didn't just knee this guy twice. Yeah, yes, Tim, that's not legal. Tim just dropped down to one knee to be like, yo, he only was down on one knee. Yes, Tim, that's the problem, is that he was on the one knee. A knee is a downed opponent, Mr. Means. Read your rule book. Mark Ratner, who is still the head of regulatory affairs, by the way, is sitting here explaining this and saying that Big Dan is the one that considers it a downed opponent. That's what the rules consider a downed opponent. It has nothing to do with the referee. The knee is so firmly down. It doesn't matter if there's 1 point of contact. It's a knee to the mat. Maybe the rules were different at the time. I don't think that they were, though. I don't think that they were. Turns out it was a no contest. That is whack as fuck. That should have easily been a disqualification. Accidental? They're calling that accidental? He threw 2 of them. You know, again, see, Rick Allen, I don't know if Rick Allen is still in the chat right now, but this is why there is significant value in watching these old cards, because it goes to show that the fuckery that we still experience to this day has been happening since back then. That is beyond ridiculous. That is beyond ridiculous. It was only the knee. A downed opponent is knee to mat. This is wild, man. Maybe the rules were different back then. Unfortunately, our boy Dalby was on the wrong side of a KO of the year contender. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You should throw it in the chat. Throw it in the Discord to have us consider that, because you're right. That Randy Brown nose break was something else. Yeah, and Tim Means even saying that he threw the knees intentionally and he wanted the DQ. I give him credit for that. Yeah, there must have been some difference in the rules back then, because, I mean, if they're making this much of a fuss over something that seems this cut and dry, has to be. They're saying that they looked legal to them. Yeah, the rules must have been different back then. I don't remember there being a rule change about that when it came to a downed opponent. Tim Means all kinds of pissed off. He's yelling at the media right now. I like Nicholas Dalby way more Dude Super underrated. Yeah, Nicholas Dalby is he is a beast, especially at his age. He is the pride of Denmark. Remember when Dalby had that crazy upset against an undefeated Bonfim? Goddamn right we do. What was your fight of the year? For you, it was Yuri versus Khalil. Well, John Dong, we have a podcast on this channel called Last Week's Fights. It's every Monday night at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this Monday, we are going to be going over all of our Last Week's Fights awards. We are going to be giving out Fight of the Year. We're going to be giving out Knockout of the Year, Submission of the Year, Comeback of the Year, and perhaps even the honorary first annual Rwanda Award for Fraud Check of the Year. All of this is happening this coming Monday. So to answer your question, tune into the show. But I appreciate that question, and I guarantee you that I have an answer for you. Keep that Dalby love coming. Yeah, Bloomis eats it up. Bloomis, there's nobody that supports Dalby like the homie Bloomis. You should, bro, Bloomis. You need to holler at Dalby sometime, man. Let him know. Let him know how much you support. Let him know how much Yama supports, bro. Because we are fans around here. Obviously, we got love for Denmark and we got love for Dalby. Really, pretty much everybody around here. You know, it's like this is a Dalby hate-free zone. It's like you come into this chat, it's all Dalby love. I would love to see a hater try to roll up in here, see what happens. Amanda Nunes taking the belt back to Brazil, riding around on the back of a flatbed. What was your fight of the decade so far? Mine is that sick-ass Rose versus Carla 2 fight. Well, what could really beat that? I mean, come on, bro. I mean, you go straight to the top with it like I have a better answer. How could there be a better answer than that? It's not possible. It's not possible. But I would say that my answer is probably the Max versus Justin in the BMF. My favorite fight of the last decade, probably. One of my favorite fights of all time, definitely. You follow him on Facebook, but even be friends with him on there? Would even be friends with him on there? I'm sure he wouldn't mind giving your channel a shout out before his next fight. Homie, a real one? I mean, he doesn't have to even give that'd be nice if he wants to. He doesn't have to shout the channel out. Just let him know. Just let him know that he's got fans. Cause I mean, you know, I want to make sure that like he knows, because we've done nothing but shout out how much we appreciate that guy. And you know, I mean, I assume that he knows he's got fans out in the world, but around here, he is like Yama royalty. He is the pride of Denmark. Currently the only fighter from Denmark, right? Any vacations planned for 2026? Hell no, brother. No fucking way. Your boy is working to the bone in 2026. In a good way. I mean, I have huge plans for 2026. Vacations are not one of them yet, but maybe 2027. Or we'll see. We'll see how halfway through the year goes, but I'm going to be very, very busy this year. Both of the businesses that I'm working with are about to explode in a major way. Yama is on the verge of full monetization. I'm trying to ramp up the Yama content as much as possible this year. Y'all are making that happen for me. You are allowing me to live my dreams every time that we're together on this stream. I hope you know that. So, that all being said, I mean, I got big plans for the year, but vacations are not one of them. No days off for your boy. Man, you miss Mike Goldberg, brother? I miss Goldberg all the time. I think Goldberg is an often underrated commentator and legend in this sport. Mike Goldberg is a man who deserves all of the respect, even when he was goofy, even when he was off base in his commentary, even when he didn't know what he was talking about. Still one of the greatest voices we have ever had in this sport. Hey, VXJ, what up, VXJ? Thank you for following. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Blood Palm. Lewis versus Ngannou was close to as good as Rose versus Carla 2. Do you remember that fight, brother? How could I forget? Another one of the most banger fights I have ever seen. I don't need Red Bull when I watch that fight. That fight will wake you up from a coma, then put you right back into one. Remind me again what happened to Goldberg. Did Dana fire him? Yeah. So what happened to Goldberg is that for some reason that has never been fully explained to the public, they let him go very unceremoniously. He got let go. He did not get any kind of like send off. He got no thank you, no mention on anything. He was let go, and that was it. He faded away into the darkness, never to be heard from again. Then he went over to Bellator, so he is still around in the sport. But or, was back at the Bellator time. I don't know what he's doing now, actually. I'd be curious about that. I think he might have actually gone over to GFL for that little draft thing they were doing. But, yeah, Goldberg got let go for reasons unknown and never to be heard from or spoken about in the UFC again. So obviously there was something behind the scenes, but the details have never come out about that. Any luck on the dating apps, bro? Not right now, man. Not right now. I haven't really been too big into them at the moment. It's the time of year as well. Not really, just been other things going on. But 2026, I'll make it happen. How about that? I'll have more to report in the new year. How many vacation days did you have when you had a job? 14, I think. 2 weeks. It's normal. Yeah, I think 14. Didn't take any vacations with those either. Use those to do Yama. John, the only Asian man in Oklahoma, talk. You're borderline a circ. Oh, hey, chill out, Rick Allen. Calm down with that language. This is why people say that you only have one testicle. I really do like to believe that Rick and John are the same person, so it legitimately is him arguing with himself right now in the chat. Makes me feel good. All right. Well, with a no contest, disqualification, etc., whatever that was. UFC on FS1. Good Lord, what a throwback. As we transition over to Paramount Plus now. Who's excited? I know I am. As I continue to watch Netflix for the remaining 20 days that I have it. I wish UFC allowed grounded knees like Pride and won. It's a very legit move in a fight. What do you think? Yeah, so I am a fan of the universal rule set that they use in One Championship. I don't see why there's a problem with the knees to downed opponents. I understand the optics of it, but really to me, I think that if you look, they literally just on the broadcast right now showed a standing knee to the face, right? If that's legal, I don't really understand why a knee to a downed opponent is not legal. So yeah, I would also be a fan of that rule set being brought over to the UFC, but it's not like an issue that I take that I have like a strong opinion about. If they decided they wanted to, I'd be like, cool. If they don't want it, I don't, it's not one of these things that I'm going to make a huge fuss about. Trust, there are many more important things when it comes to the oversight of this sport that I have much stronger opinions about. But, yeah, in a broad sense, I love One Championship. I'm a huge fan of One, and I think it works great over there, so why not have it over here? You're trapped where you live currently, John? I know you've been looking for work. Start applying in the places that you want to work and see if you can get an interview, or really do the baller move and just go down to some of the places that you want to work and be like, hey, I want to work here. Here's my resume. Let me talk to someone. You'd be surprised how that can actually work out sometimes. Okay, I'm done getting ready so I can fully pay attention now. Oh, all right. All dolled up. Got about an hour to kick it before you head to Oh, you're doing this in Nashville. Cool. Going down to the Ville. All right. Stars and guitars down there in Nashville, I hear. Good shit. All right, well, glad to have you, Sarah, for the hour that we do. Normally, that costs a lot more. Johnny Hendricks is on this card. Hey, big rig. But this was on the downslope of his career. Homie starts Danish Martin Kampman in under a minute, though. Yeah, Johnny Hendricks was a beast. Johnny Hendricks on the wrong side of the worst robbery in MMA history. What happened to this? I had this looking correct earlier, and now it's all lopsided. Why is that? Oh, never mind. Huh. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's because the sidebar's not there. Anyway, sorry. I'm just trying to make sure the viewing experience is good for you guys. There you go. All right. Anyway. Yeah, Johnny Hendricks. I mean, there has never been a worse robbery in the history of MMA than Johnny Hendricks versus GSP. I was watching that fight live. I was at a bar watching that fight live. The reaction to that result in that bar was otherworldly at the time. People were like, "What the fuck?" Like, it was people that somebody literally threw a beer into the air, and I'm not lying. I'm not lying about that. That actually happened. I was at the bar. So the way that the bar was, it was an outdoor bar. And I was at the bar, like the bar is here. And then there was like a patio area with like seating behind us. I was sitting at the bar, and the decision got read off. And behind me, I could see out of the corner of my eye, just a plume of liquid. And I turned my head, and just beer flying in the air. Somebody literally like they didn't actually throw the glass, but they took their like beer stein and just like that, just like hawked it into the air, and just beer went flying everywhere. Amazing that it did not hit anyone. I guess he must have done it strategically. Got close to a chick. She was not happy. You want to move to Texas? Really? What's in Texas that you want? Austin, maybe? Wish I didn't waste so much time of my life in Oklahoma. Yeah. I mean, brother, let me tell you something from experience with that. If you really want to do something, find a way to do it, even if you do feel trapped. Figure out a way to make it happen for yourself, because you're going to regret not taking the risk more so than sitting around, I would say. And that's something that I can speak on a little bit. What movie is that preview for down there? Oh, Live the Night. Ben Affleck movie from 2016. Ha. I don't remember that movie. All right, this is Nico Price versus Brandon Thatch. I don't even remember Brandon Thatch. Jesus Christ, where the fuck did he go? Nashville, about an hour away from me, so it's not too bad. Yeah, definitely not too bad. Good deal. Nashville must be a fun city. I've always wanted to visit there. The nails are causing premature message sending. I don't understand how you can survive with nails like that. Just on a day-to-day average doing things basis. Kaz must be doing a shit ton around the house. Bro is probably lifting your drink to your face. Shout out to Kaz. GSP's reaction to the decision, he knew he lost. Yeah, absolutely. Same with Cyril Gahn when fucking Volkov beat him. Come on, dude. You fucking look at the two of them after that fight. GSP was beat to shit. Didn't GSP semi-retire after that fight? Yes, he did. He was like, I think I'm going to take some time away from this sport, reevaluate, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Robbery win of the belt, or retaining of the belt, whatever. Robbery win and then vacating the belt. What a Chad. GSP versus Hendricks was a close fight. Not that huge. No, bullshit, dude. Are you fucking crazy, Rick Allen? It was close? What fight were you watching? Pimblett versus Gordon was more of a robbery? In what world? No way in fucking hell. No way in hell. It was not close in the slightest, Rick. You are mistaken. Thatch looked like Garbrandt at first glance. I could see it. His head is a little bit shaped like that, but just like the top of his like cranial area is a little bit wider. Other than that, I can definitely see it. Much less tattoos. Much fewer tattoos. I had to relearn how to do things with long nails. He does open your drinks. My man. I take care of my women's. That's from basketball, by the way. I haven't watched basketball in a while, man. I got to watch that again. One of my all-time favorite films ever made. Oh, Thatch trying to get the Kimura over here from the bottom. That would be so gangster if he got it, but Nico Price all over that. Young Nico. How many kids did Nico Price have when this fight took place? Oh, got the crossface with the arm there. Ooh, head and arm. Oh, Nico Price, head and arm. Top down triangle. Oh, he might have it. That looks pretty good. Oh, no, yeah. He let it go. Damn it. That sucks. That the setup looked good on that. Hello, Meat. Shout out to Super Meat Boy, one of the best video games ever made. Nico Price just working on the top right now like an absolute legend. This is years before he would get starched by Robbie Lawler. In the best retirement of all time. That was the first time that they ever did like a full-on video package, right? They'd never done video packages before that, I thought. All right, Nico Price with the neck. He is working him over on the ground. Back when Nico Price was a hot prospect. Going back to the head and arm. That looks better. Got 40 seconds. Oh, come on. Oh, that has to have it. You have to have it with that, brother. You must tap. Oh, bro's turning purple. Yep, there it is. Hey, Nico. Nico with the proto-Yuri hair. He's got the little palm tree on the top. Look at that. Looks like a Muppet. Well, 69 is, of course, the best number. LOL. Yeah, solid win for Nico Price, man. Yeah. Top side arm triangle. Very nice. Good work. Man. Card's good so far. How do you think it's going to keep going? What do you think is going to happen on this thing? Who's going to win the main event? I miss the old music. Yeah. The old Fox Sports music for UFC was pretty good. And of course, since we're getting the raw feed, we get to stay through the commercial break, so we get to see Nico Price hugging his team. Very happy, very proud of their boy. Hugging over the cage. As we wait for decision to be read. Everybody wearing neon yellow shoes in his camp. Rocking the highlighters on their feet. Oh, the other camp too. Huh. Maybe they had a shoe deal back then with these neon shoes. Could have been. Was this Reebok? Yeah, this was Reebok time. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it must have been a Reebok deal. Oh, Nico getting his purple belt off of this. If you feel like watching some Canadian hockey, World Juniors are on soon. Ooh, man, I would love to watch some hockey, I'm not going to lie. Actually, I'm going to be watching hockey. I'm going to be watching the Winter Classic. That is the 2nd, January 2nd. Florida Panthers, the greatest hockey team of all time, of course. They will be playing the New York Rangers in the Winter Classic. So looking forward to that. Going to be hanging out with the old man. watching some hockey, which is actually really nice because those are two teams that we like, you know? So obviously we will be rooting for the Panthers, but if the Panthers lose, which unfortunately this year it seems like they might, they're not doing too great this year. But if they do end up losing, at least it's to the Rangers. And we like the Rangers. So I am very much looking forward to the Winter Classic. I love the Winter Classic. Winter Classic was great back when I was a drinking man, dude. You'd roll up on New Year's Day, just waking up all hungover and shit. And then you just, little hair of the dog, you keep the party going into New Year's Day and you get some hockey on top of it. Beautiful thing. This year, of course, because it's in Florida, it's at night. So at night on the 2nd, not exactly the Winter Classic as it is traditionally celebrated, but new traditions, I suppose. Obviously, they have to do it at night in Florida, or they could not keep the ice cold enough. Ooh, stand by, please. Shout out to the homie Ashton, young Ashton, who just went through a surgery, came out the other side like an absolute champion, recovering currently. That's the homie. Sorry, just middle of the day, I got to catch up on some other stuff. Life does not stop because of the stream, of course. All right. Okay. Sorry. Just catching up on the life things. Catching up on those other things that are not MMA as we hear Nico Price get his win. Very happy for Nico back in 2016. Mike Pyle. Man, we are really going back to names that I have not heard in a while. However, people, the other name on the other side of this fight is a name that I am very familiar with right now. Pyle. Mike Pyle is fighting one Alex Garcia. If you do not know the name Alex Garcia, I highly recommend going over to the video tab on this very channel, youtube.com/@YamaShow, where you can see a video all about the trouble that Alex Garcia is in currently. Alex Garcia got himself into a heaping help of trouble. He needs a lot of help right now, of the legal variety. TJ Dillashaw on this card too. Yes, he is. All right. Homie was on an absolute tear at the time. Yeah. TJ Dillashaw. I used to love TJ Dillashaw back at this point. This is before we found out what a fucking scumbag he turned out to be. Then he lost to Cejudo and Sterling. And then what happened? He got popped for fucking EPO is what happened. Bro threw his career away doing the most blatant of doping. I mean, you want to talk about blatant doping, there really is nobody quite as dumb with that shit as TJ Dillashaw. I mean, this guy might have as well as just had the words "I'm doping" tattooed on his fucking forehead. My favorite question to ask streamers is who would win between Prime EPO Dillashaw versus Sean O'Malley? That would be a sick fight. I think Dillashaw wins that fight actually pretty easily. I think that Dillashaw, especially, I mean, EPO, how obviously that's going to be a boost, right? How does that affect things? But either way, I think that TJ Dillashaw, his speed is really what set him apart, man. When TJ Dillashaw would start a combination at his peak, he was like, he would fly shots out, dude. Like that he had really good power, obviously, EPO. He had really good power, but the speed is, I think, what really set him apart. He was fantastically fast. O'Malley, maybe crafty enough to get around some of those shots, but O'Malley was more used to like slower guys. Like when O'Malley knocked out Aljamain Sterling, Aljo wasn't moving quickly. Petr Yan, not exactly one of like a person that you necessarily associate with speed. You know what I mean? He has fast hands, but his footwork is not, he's standard as far as that goes, I would say. I mean, maybe a little bit above average for an elite fighter, but not anything crazy like that. So I think that that Prime EPO Dillashaw takes that fight pretty easily. I think he volume strikes O'Malley, and O'Malley doesn't have the chance to land the right hand. The way TJ schooled Garbrandt twice, those were things of beauty. He saw that shit coming from a mile away. Yeah, well, Cody Garbrandt had like one of the swiftest downfalls in the history of this sport. We're going to see him on this card, like this basically entering his peak. This is where he was emoting. This is where he was at his most fluid, least concerned about anything, styling on Dominic Cruz, making it look easy, winning a belt off of it. And then almost immediately, if not immediately, I think it was immediately. I think it was his first defense, right? He just goes on a downward trajectory that he has never recovered from. Yeah, he talk about burning out, Brother sparked out crazy. After seeing Merab's last fight, do you think Prime Dillashaw beats Merab? That's a better question. Probably not. And I want to believe that the Merab that was in the Yan fight, I want to give more of the credit for that victory to Petr Yan than to Merab not being like as good as we all thought that he was. Now, that could be cope. That could be me hard coping right now. But what I really do believe is actually what Chase said. Shout out to Chase, who was in the chat earlier, the greatest co-host of any podcast. What Chase had said is that he was like, well, maybe what Petr Yan did was, since the last fight, drilled takedown defense every day for the entirety of the time between that fight and the next fight. I want to believe that there was something like that was the decision maker. Merab, Dillashaw's not doing that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that Dillashaw doesn't have the fucking discipline for it. That's the problem with Dillashaw. And I mean, I'm one to talk. I don't have discipline worth a goddamn, but when it comes to this sport, being an elite fighter takes that. And TJ Dillashaw wanted to take the easy way, get himself all juiced up, and let that carry him to victory. So I would say that the discipline that TJ Dillashaw would have needed to have the ground game to handle Merab, I just don't think would have been there. That's my thought process. How did Garbrandt go from looking like a godly, elusive striker to looking like a stupid slugger I will never understand? Getting his glass jaw shattered. It changed him. And that happens. I mean, we've seen this more than once. In fact, Chase was talking about that on the stream last night, speculating that that's why Islam does not want to fight Ilia Topuria, saying that, Islam is too worried about getting his chin touched up, and he might change fundamentally after getting knocked out like that. Now, of course, we saw Charles Oliveira get knocked out by Ilia Topuria, and he came back and beat Mateusz Gamrot pretty easily. So it doesn't mean that it has to change a person entirely. But I would say that there is some credence to be lent to the idea that it can happen. And if I was going to make that claim, Cody Garbrandt would probably be somewhere in that conversation. Yeah, since we got a nice finish from Nico Price, we're getting Amanda Nunes highlights here. Your main card, Nunes versus Rousey, Cruz versus Garbrandt, Dillashaw versus Lineker. Oh, John Lineker, man. Missed that guy too, although, of course, he is still fighting over there in one championship. Dong Hyun Kim versus Tarek Safadine. Yes, I remember Tarek Safadine, actually, now that I say the name. And Louis Smolka versus Ray Borg. Of course, Ray Borg went over to PFL. So, history. I love MMA history, man. I'm telling you. Doesn't feel like that long ago, but in the grand scheme of things, almost 10 years, 9 is very close to 10. I don't know if you knew that. These are the facts that you only get at Yama, 9 and 10. The difference between winning a round in MMA. See, we bring it back to MMA. Again, people, I'm just too good. I don't know how to tell it to you any other way. Alex Garcia. The man who is now in so much trouble. 120. Was it 120 or I think 102? Either way, over 100 kilograms of cocaine. 100 plus kilos of Colombian marching powder in his possession, in addition to a slew of other illicit substances, all of which carry heavy criminal charges, in addition to firearms, which also carry criminal charges if they are not properly registered, in addition to $306,000. A lot of money. Where's all that money coming from, Alex? I'm going to head out. Take care, John Dong. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for hanging out. Cody was only a plus 180 underdog, even though he was number 5 and Cruz was the champ. Yeah, well, because he was still, Cruz was Cruz is the GOAT of the division. But only, I see what you mean. Yeah. We see this though. We see that, these prospects, obviously it was a good underdog, right? But yeah, Cruz being the GOAT and Cody at the time being on the come up. What was his record going into it? I don't think he was undefeated, but he didn't have that many losses on the record up until that point, right? Or was he undefeated? I don't remember. I don't remember specifically. Who do you think wins Prime John Dong versus Prime Saratobi? Saratobi wins every day of the week, twice on Sundays. Saratobi can beat the entire chat if she so chooses. Saratobi has a wrench now. I don't know if you knew that. You don't want to mess with Sarah. Man, wild to be seeing Alex Garcia after all of what I know about him now. Telling you, if you didn't watch that video, that video doesn't have that many views compared to some of the other videos on the channel. I would highly recommend watching that video because both his story, Alex Garcia, and the Jamal Ben Sadek story, both very, very crazy. Yeah, times were not great for Alex Garcia, I guess, after his fighting days in the UFC. He resorted to more nefarious criminal enterprise. Cody had 2 losses in lesser promotion, 0 in the UFC. So there you go. That's exactly why. You're answering the question right there. In the grand scheme of things, I think that that's the best way for a fighter to have a record. Like, if they're going to have losses at all, get your losses out of the way before you're in the UFC. Come into the UFC and go on a tear. Perfect way to enter. Or Peyton Talbot style, come into the UFC, go on a great run, have a loss to a veteran fighter, learn from your mistakes, and then go on a tear thereafter. Both very effective. Mike Quicksand Pyle. I would suspect that Mike Pyle is not going to have a great night here. Alex Garcia representing the Dominican Republic, I guess by way of Canada. His arrest, of course, in, I believe, Montreal. Yep, Montreal, Quebec, Canada. You are looking at a major drug kingpin. Potentially, allegedly. An alleged drug kingpin currently fighting in this fight in the UFC, being broadcast to you live from 2016. So crazy. You know, and that's one of those things about this sport in general, right? It's like you're watching these very specific windows of people's lives. What happened to Mike Pyle? What'd Mike Pyle end up doing? Mike Pyle's not around anymore. Someone tell me what happened to Mike Pyle. I'll look it up while we wait for this fight to start. Mike Pyle. He is currently 50 years old. Yeah, what did he end up doing after MMA? Here we go. After the retirement from competition, Pyle has been working as an assistant coach at his longtime team Syndicate MMA in Las Vegas. So Mike Pyle went on to be a coach. Respectable post-fighting career. Alex Garcia, not so much. This card takes me back, like I said, first fight night at the new house. Yeah. So no internet. Had to use shabby mobile internet, but I did watch Nunes restore my faith in humanity, brother. Yes, this was a fun one back then. This was one of the or at least the main event. This was one that people have asked me in the past, like, what fights are you mad that you didn't bet on? This was before I had a reliable book to bet on. I really wish that I had put a lot of money on Amanda Nunes to win this fight. Ooh, nice body kick for Garcia. Dumps him down. Good deal. But yeah, I was very, very confident that Amanda Nunes was going to win this fight. And I would have made a pretty penny if I had actually put some money down on it. I knew that Ronda was no longer the Ronda that she, I knew that Ronda had been exposed, Which is so hilarious to think that Ronda's coming back. That might be why they're airing this card, by the way. We didn't talk about that aspect of things. Kind of ironic if that is the case. You'd think they'd be airing the cards where she actually won her fights. Actually, I guess they're more airing it because Nunes versus Harrison. Actually, let me take that back. However, Ronda has been rumoring and teasing and, hinting at possibly having a comeback, maybe against Gina Carano. Good Lord. 48-year-old Gina Carano, or however old she is at this point. I don't think there's a single person on the planet who cares about seeing that fight at this stage of the game, but I still do got a lot of love for Gina. The Queen Gina, don't get it twisted. Talk about pioneers in this sport. Gina Carano, women's pioneer to the nth degree. Definitely needs to be on the female Mount Rushmore, I would say. If that's always the question, though, right? Is like, do you do the Mount Rushmore of like the best fighters or the most important fighters? Because if it's the most important fighters to women's MMA, I would say it's Gina, Ronda, Amanda, Valentina. That would be my Mount Rushmore of importance when it comes to female fighters. But if we're talking about the greatest, different story. How does one achieve the almighty wrench? I've been a loyal supporter and fan of this channel for many years. Brother, you just came in like 3 streams ago. Trust that there is a vetting process. And I'll leave it at that. Stick around, though. You're doing good. Ronda having a comeback in MMA, don't make me laugh. Yeah, I know, right? She's a child who can't handle doing a thing where she can't bully everybody. This is legit facts. Yeah, there has been so much. I should probably do a video about that at some point. That would be interesting to do a video about like Ronda's reputation. Oh, there you go. Walk-off knockout for Alex Garcia. Bingo, bango, whiskey tango. Get this guy the fuck out of here. Mike Pyle is now a pile of rubble. On the mat, Alex Garcia with a beautiful walk-off bombed him to the face, straight to the nose. Bam. Good shit. Crazy that he could do that and then resorted to a life of crime. Unfortunate. Sorry, hold on. Let me see this replay real quick. Overhand bomb all right on the chin, dude. Wasn't even to the nose. Beautifully placed right on the button. Hands low for Pyle. Yeah, because he was setting up to throw a kick. Garcia just timed that thing perfectly. Hands dropped for the kick. He bombed him. Your man was out. You ain't lying, brother. You ain't lying. Out. Good night, nurse. But yeah, what I was saying is that Ronda, it'd be interesting to do a video about Ronda's reputation in the WWE. Because apparently she was really not liked over there. Everybody saw her as this diva coming in from another, organization, coming in with a reputation. So she comes in with this chip on her shoulder, thinks that she can push everybody around behind the scenes and all of that. Not a good deal, So she had a very bad reputation in the WWE. Meat Rocket isn't UAE now? United Arab Emirates? No, he's a Ruski, apparently. Or is that another one of your alts? KK boy? AKA Rolly's Chihuahua, AKA Sigma, AKA Hermanson. How many alts do you have, sir? Jesus Christ, brother has more aliases than Cameron. I might be John Bronson, Ron Swanson, Oscar Martinez, Omar Johnson. Just 2? All right. I'm going to hold you to that. Damn, that was a beautiful knockout for Garcia. Yeah, and then he went on to sell GHB, a.k.a. the date R-word drug. Bro was out here slanging roofies. Really bad. Real bad. Meat Rocket is a troll? Yeah, but he's good. Like, again, my motto when it comes to trolling is troll responsibly. Meat Rocket currently has been doing responsible trolling. I've been enjoying him in the chat. He says funny things, and I recognize that it's tongue in cheek. There's a difference between levels of trolling, you know what I mean? You cross over into asshole territory, and that's where I draw a little bit of a line, but like, it takes a lot to bother me with that shit, you know? I really give people a pretty long leash when it comes to that kind of thing, so ain't nothing wrong with Meat Rocket. He's all right by me. I mean, from Ronda not shaking Misha's hand to her leaving the cage after losing without speaking to the fans to the pillow over the face. Should I go on? No wonder she has no fans anymore. Yeah, no, she's an absolute prick. Like, I give Ronda male insults the way she acts. You know what I mean? She's an asshole. Ronda is an asshole. She's also extremely delusional. She's got 8 million excuses as to why everything turned out the way that it did for her. She thinks who she is, which, granted, you do have to give her a little bit of that. She is one of the most important people, if not the most, definitely one of, if not the most important woman in the history of MMA, which is undeniable in my opinion. So, you know, whether you like it or not, you got to acknowledge the facts on that. Ronda Rousey opened the doors to what we know as women's MMA now, for better or worse, depending on who you talk to. But, yeah, so I mean, I acknowledge like Ronda's importance in the history of this sport. However, that does not excuse the way that she acts, which is like a complete and utter asshole. Ronda is a prick. All right. Alex Garcia gets the knockout and currently awaits trial. I was born in Moldova, where Spivak and Kutelaba are from. During the CCCP days, that's why I have that flag. All right, fair enough. I mean, I think that there's probably a reason that they don't have it anymore, though, but, you know, to each their own. Shout out to Moldova. Obviously a country that has some decent representation in this sport, so, you know, love to Moldova. Yeah, why not? Who's on the desk there? Is that Misha? Oh, yeah, it is Misha. John Anik, Kenny Florian, Michael Bisping, and Misha Tate. Man, Bisping's been doing it for a while, bro. Crazy to think about that. Bisping's been on commentary for a long time. Or on, you know, in the broadcast world for a long time. She's the definition of a person who was in the right place at the right time, and she was good on TV. Sure. I mean, I think that's underselling it a little bit, Blue Mist. Come on, we got to call a spade here. She was an Olympic-level judoka. She had the credentials. She had a skill set that allowed her the star power. She had a look as well. I mean, I don't think that anybody can deny that Ronda Rousey got by on being a somewhat attractive female as well. Whether you like that or not, or want to acknowledge that or not, you know, take that for what it is. But I do think that it's not only that she was in the right place at the right time. She had a skill set and she had a look. So I think that she checked a lot of boxes. She was young as well. Also helped out. I think that that's where Gina Carano unfortunately fell a little bit short, was her age at the time, because obviously Gina Carano, certainly a looker. I mean, Ronda versus Gina in the looks department, I think is no contest whatsoever, personally for me. But yeah, you know, I mean, Ronda had a lot of things going for her, and she was really fucking good at that armbar. She was finishing her fight. She had a combined octagon time of like a minute and a half in like 4 fights or some shit, you know? You're not underplaying her skills, but come real competition in MMA, she folded. Well, that's the whole thing, is that like but again, you're kind of proving the point though. It is because when she came into the sport, and I hear what you're saying, right place at the right time, whatever. I mean, that is true, but like there was no women's MMA in the promotion and at the highest levels, of course. So when she came in, she had a skill set that was annihilating her opponents because the game had to catch up. That's the craziest part about it. Again, like I'm agreeing with you on Ronda when it comes to like how she acts, but like think about it in these terms. The game had to catch up to her. You know what I'm saying? Like she had a skill set that was so hard for these women to figure out at the time that the game had to catch up. And then it did. So that's really where it all ended, was when the game figured it out. And that's also one of the main reasons when I saw Amanda Nunes and what she was doing, I was like, obviously, I mean, Amanda has this all figured out. An armbar is not going to do shit to her. You know what I mean? Or like, not that it wouldn't, obviously she could get armbarred if she was in the position. I'm saying she had the skill set to not let herself get into an armbar. You know what I'm saying? I knew that the striking was going to be there. I knew that her ground game was good enough that there was no way she was going to get easily folded to get into an armbar position. There was no way that it was happening against Amanda Nunes. So the game evolved very quickly, and Ronda had her place at the front of it, but that doesn't last. And for her to act the way that she does now, thinking that the whole world is just against her for every reason except for the actual reasons, that's why she's delusional. And again, a prick. I just joke around sarcastically sometimes, and it's very obvious when I'm not being serious. I don't consider myself some mindless troll. I have tons of legit normal opinions. Yeah, no, Meat Rocket, you are cool, bro. You're like you. That was Sigma who was saying that shit. You're cool by me, brother. I wasn't even talking about you specifically with the troll responsibly. That's a general note for everybody. You know, I got love for, it's the Method Man mentality. We have the Method Man motto, triple M around Yama. We got love for those who got love for us. You can joke around, say whatever you want, really. I mean, I have the least amount of censorship possible in the chat for a reason. I want you guys to be able to fully express yourselves within the limits of TOS and whatever YouTube will allow. When it comes to my personal feelings about anything, it's like I said, troll responsibly. I can take a joke. Shout out to Beeb. The first thing Beeb ever commented in the chat was clowning me, and I laughed my ass off. It was hilarious. So just be funny. You know what I mean? That's all I want. And you're doing that, Meat Rocket. You are welcome around here, Meat Rocket. A little early for the wrench, though. Man, when she armbarred Kat in like 30 seconds, I still cry about that. Yeah. Again, Kat had to evolve. The whole game had to evolve. Kat Zingano. And I mean, really in the big picture when it comes to Kat Zingano, at least Kat had the wherewithal and the spirit to keep going. Because Kat Zingano, I think, is still fighting, as crazy as that sounds. She might have finally retired, but she was fighting, I mean, at least like as recently as like 3 years ago, if that, she was fighting, and she might still be taking fights every once in a while. So, I'm glad that Kat Zingano still had like an active career thereafter. I think she went on to some pretty decent success over in Bellator, if I'm not mistaken. Not again, E-Money J. What? Why not again? Why not again? What, did you lose money on this card? Were you suckered in by the Ronda hype back in the day? Have you been throwing crazy money around since 2016, my guy? Oh, look at Misha. Misha with the makeup on. Misha's like a no makeup kind of girl usually. I don't know. I wouldn't consider Misha like traditionally attractive, but there has always been something about Misha Tate that I like. I've been a fan of Misha Tate for quite some time. Also, Misha Tate has one of the best personalities I've ever seen in a woman. If you have never seen Misha Tate on Joe Rogan back in the day, it actually might have been around this time that she was on Joe Rogan, but I remember just watching randomly one of the Joe Rogan episodes with her, and I was like, damn, Misha Tate is cool as fuck, bro. This is the exact type of chick I would want to hang out with. Yeah, she's got a real chill personality, very laid back, good sense of humor, everything you want. I mean, everything you want. Good Lord. Anyway, let me put it back in my pants over here. You'll play with Misha? Let's go, bro. I knew I was not alone. Bloomis, you never told everybody what you did for the holidays. How was the holidays, man? What did the girls get for Christmas? You know, I have had to come around to the understanding that, like, Christmas has changed as I've gotten older. My family gets older. Sister, Yama sis is off married now, so the dynamic of the holidays are different. But I still take a lot of joy from what I get out of the current version of the holidays because I had a really nice one this year. I wonder why they didn't keep Misha around on commentary. Maybe she didn't want to. I don't know. Curious. Cause she's good. She has good analysis. I always thought she speaks well too. She's good on the mic. Ronda was like one of these one-trick ponies. Like, remember that guy Cody McKenzie with that McKenzatine modified guillotine that he kept getting on people till they figured it out. I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean that is essentially what Ronda was. That is definitely true. Cody McKenzie? Hmm. Cody McKenzie. Yeah. He looks kind of familiar. I'm sure that I saw him fight, but yeah, Cody McKenzie. Oh, he was on the Ultimate Fighter back in the day. Yeah, that was a while ago. That was early. He was on the GSP versus Koscheck Ultimate Fighter. Good deal. Christmas was good. What did the girls get? I'm not sure. I'll have to ask my wife. She works out the gifts. Okay. Hey, I'm glad you got a system there. I enjoyed some good company and eating. We had duck. Oh, duck, man. Let me tell you something, brother. As far as quality meats go, duck is so underrated. So underrated. Duck is one of the highest quality meats I can think of. And if it's well prepared, ooh, I love some good duck. The duck and pork roast sounds absolutely amazing. Fire indeed. Yeah, Mackenzie was on tough. Yeah, I don't specifically remember him, but I guarantee you I saw him fight at some point. But yeah, what you were describing there with his guillotine versus Ronda with the one trick pony aspect of things, absolutely accurate. Vittori looking real young, true. Yeah, everybody back then. I mean, this is almost 10 years ago now. How things change in almost a decade. Duck is disgusting? Brother, you have not had good duck if you think duck is disgusting. So greasy? No, bro, the fattiness is what makes it good. Brother. Oh, man, come on, bro. You are missing out, dude. Makes your mouth feel like it's covered in oil, brother. But that's the whole point. You must not have had it well prepared. Let me tell you the key to good duck, brother. What you want to do is, because it is such a fatty bird, you need to soak it and have it absorb flavors from spices and herbs. You need to infuse that fat with other flavors. And then you bite into that and you get a burst of all of those other flavors. My mouth is watering talking about this. It is delicious. That's what you do. You let those other flavors soak up into the fat. Eat it like that, my guy. This is good eating over here. Somebody needs to get Sigma some good duck, bro. One of the Canadians in the chat, come on, go hunt down one of those Canada geese and ship it out to Missouri. Brother, I was just saying, yeah, my Christmas was great, man. It really was. Like I said, Christmas is different now. You know what I mean? Like, the family is a little more scattered out. We're not all together, but, we don't necessarily have like a big thing. It's not like all decked out with decorations, and we don't do a tree anymore at the folks' place and all that. But like, for what it is, I think it was really, really nice. And again, got to watch a movie with the parents. That was fun. Good movie, actually, a perfect movie for my parents. My parents have gotten very, they're the opposite of conservative in a political sense, but they've gotten very like, the movies that they like have to be like very tame at this point. They don't like, I'll tell you the example. We started watching One Battle After Another, the Paul Thomas Anderson film. And we only got about 15 minutes into it because that movie is so fucking horny for those first 15 minutes. I did not realize there was so much like horniness in that movie. No one had mentioned that. Not that I didn't even want to watch it. They suggested it. They wanted to watch it. But generally in the past, that hasn't been something that's been a problem. I don't get weird about that with my parents. We're watching art, whatever. Like, I don't care about that. Like, we're all adults. It's never been an issue, like watching a movie with sex in it. Like, I've never felt weird about that. But like, for some reason, watching this movie and how horned up it was, my mom was like, I'm not liking this. I want to turn this off. And I was like, okay, whatever. But then we turned on that Thursday Murder Club, which I've mentioned a couple of times, and it turned out to be really excellent and the exact right movie for the day. So yeah, the Christmas was great, man. It really was nice. Had a good time. And I'm really hoping, what my big hope is that this time next year, I'm in a little bit of a different financial position, so I can be a little bit better when it comes to presents and stuff. Everybody got presents. Don't get it twisted over here. Your boy's not that broke. But, I want to be able to do right by my parents when it comes to that kind of stuff. They put a lot on the line to make sure that I had a good life, and I want to give back. So that's my hope. That's my New Year's prayer, is that next holiday season, your boy is in a decent financial state. That's all that I ask for, because right now I got it made, bro. I have the best life other than that. I do what I want when I want, pretty much. I work with great companies that I actually want to support and be a part of. I stream with you guys, the greatest part of my life. I enjoy this more than anything. I watch fights and hang out with my friends. Like, this is exactly what I want out of life. All I need is a little bit more cash, and I'm in the clear. So everything is great, and the holidays were really great too. You had some duck wings in a Chinatown, New York City. In Chinatown, New York City. It tasted good, but after your second one, you wanted to throw up. It felt disgusting. Maybe there is a little bit of an acquired taste aspect to it, but bro, I'm telling you, you got to have it. Chinese duck, again, also has to be like well prepared. This is the hack, I think. Get duck at a French restaurant. If you can find a quality French restaurant, they do duck very well. Chicken clears duck with negative difficulty. Chicken is like... Chicken is definitely like S tier meat, but it's like the vanilla of meat. You know what I mean? Like, it's chicken. Everybody loves chicken, tastes like chicken. It's like, chicken is just like, it's like the Coca-Cola of meat. You know what I mean? That's why, really, I think highly underrated, and my favorite meat personally is turkey. Thanksgiving is like, that's like amateur hour for me, bro. I eat turkey every day of the week if I can. I love turkey. I would eat a turkey sandwich every day for the rest of my life. No lie. Happy you had a good night. Thank you, bro. The way you talk about your parents oh, thanks, man. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I have a great relationship with my parents. My parents are amazing people. I'm very, very lucky for that. I don't take that for granted in the slightest. Duck is super good. Hydra coming in with the big facts immediately. Hydra rolls up into the chat and just drops gems every time that he comes around. What's up, brother? Good to see you. All wild meat over farmed meat? I mean, yeah, being a Canadian, I'm sure you have better access to that, you lucky fucker. I mean, we do have some good like farm to table options some places in the United States, but few and far between, I would say. Love duck, rabbit, and deer. All quality options. Yes, we were talking about venison just recently, and venison is really good eating if you get it prepared well. Really, I'd say that almost every meat is in the preparation. This is really the truth, I would say. Like, if you have it well prepared, well spiced, with the right accoutrement, the right surrounding ingredients, any meat can be high quality. That's why when people say they fuck with frog legs, I'm like, man, that sounds gross, like on the surface. But then my mind goes one step deeper and I'm like, that might not be bad, I have never had frog legs, but I would fuck with it. I would try it. Why not? For that exact reason. You just got to get it done correctly. Duck is much more popular outside of the States, very popular in Europe and all other countries like the South Americas. Yeah, I mean, sure. Wherever they're at, I have had it and I am with it. Thanksgiving is the only time of year you eat turkey. Turkey is mid. I'm taking the wrench away. Taking the wrench away. Meat Rocket, you might be getting the call up sooner than we think. No, I love turkey, bro. Turkey. I actually have the Thinker St. James sandwich. Do I need to lay out the greatest sandwich of all time for you real quick? Okay. All right. Hold on, people. I know you didn't ask. You're getting it anyway. This is important information for you to have, all right? This is the goated sandwich. This is the greatest sandwich that you could ever have, as far as I'm concerned. And there's one way that you can even elevate this sandwich. But your baseline, if they had the Thinker St. James on the wall of the deli, like the sandwich named after your boy, this is what the sandwich would be. It is sourdough bread. It is turkey, provolone cheese, tomato, black olives, heavy yellow mustard, heavy black olives too as well, as many black olives as you can fit on there, but heavy yellow mustard, spicy mustard, brown mustard, all three mustards, and the key ingredient that often gets left out but should never be left out, banana peppers. Little bit of coarse salt, kosher salt, and black crushed pepper. This is the greatest sandwich of all time. If you want to elevate the Thinker St. James into the stratosphere, this is not for the faint of heart, let me tell you, but this is how you do it. This is kind of like something that separates the boys from the men. But if you want to elevate the Thinker St. James to the next level, you slap on the roast beef as well. Brother, this is God tier sandwich. I cannot describe to you the level of deliciousness in this sandwich. And if you have it well made, it will change your life. It will change your life. So, you're welcome. Chicken is the Coca-Cola of meat. You're stealing that? Hey, yeah, it's true though. True facts being dropped by your boy. Hey, Chairway, how you doing, brother? Good to see you. You guys missed some bare knuckle barn burners this morning. I heard that there was a bare knuckle card this morning, but it was like at 7 o'clock, wasn't it? There was bare knuckle, there was Muay Thai, but it was all like early as fuck. What the hell was I wasn't waking up at 7 o'clock for all this shit. They had all these cards were on the other side of the planet this morning. It sucks. Now we're sitting here watching old fights from 2016, but still having a great time doing it. So. Nuriangi is pretty good, Hydra. You should try it. Nuriangi? What is that? I'm a lamb. Oh, I love lamb, dude. Lamb, another highly underrated meat. Tender lamb, cooked medium, rare kebab. Ooh, yes. Meat Rocket dropping some absolute knowledge right now. Yes, lamb is... Anytime that I go to an Indian restaurant, I generally get lamb. I love duck. We used to have ducks on the farm, but I ate most of them. Never get high on your own supply, Savage. Raccoons got the last of them. Well, that'll happen, unfortunately. Even the local wildlife loves duck. Yeah, true. Best at French restaurants, same with rabbit. Yes, these are also big facts. Absolutely. The French know duck. Sadly, they also fucking fill them up, fill their bladders up with fat and whatever until they fucking explode and they make foie gras out of it. I don't like that, but they do know how to cook a duck. You've had frog legs. They taste like unseasoned chicken wings. Okay. Yeah, what is nuriangi? Oh, God. Is this some troll shit? That sounds like a good sandwich would be better with beef instead of turkey, though. Well, that's what I'm saying. You can do it, the roast beef variant, but you do them together, roast beef and turkey, and it is an otherworldly experience. I will allow for substitutions, but just know that if you do substitute out the turkey, it is no longer the St. James. You can call it whatever you want. That can be the Hydra for all I care, but, turkey is mandatory if you're eating the St. James. Frog legs just need salt and pepper to bring out the flavor. Frog legs are delicious. You've said that before, Savage. When we hang out, I'll have to have you make some. That'd be a good thing. At least I know that I'd be in good hands with you preparing them. You should eat nuriangi on stream with Chase and Vitz. Oh my God, what is this troll shit? This has to be some troll shit that I'm falling into some trap over. All right, what is this? Ooh. Oh no. Damn, it's legitimately made out of dogs? Oh, God, Korea, come on, guys. They got to stop that shit at this point, right? I mean, I do say that, though, but at the same time, what is the ethical dilemma with eating dogs? You know what I mean? People eat horse. I mean, just because we have them as pets, why... I mean, I really don't think that there's maybe that much of a problem with eating dogs. I don't think I wouldn't. I don't think that you should. But if it's culturally what they do over in Korea, then I don't know. I mean, it does seem like something that you don't instinctively you don't want to do, you're just no. But I can't really fault it because at the same time, it's an animal like any other animal. People keep pigs as pets, I'm not advocating for it. I'm not saying go out and eat your dog. If you form a bond with an animal, then don't eat it. That's a psychopathic thing to do. But if they breed, because what I read on what that little blurb was, it said that they specifically breed this breed of dogs to eat them in Korea. So it's if it's a livestock to them, then, people can keep pet cows if they want to. I don't know. I think it's one of those odd kind of ethical dilemmas to an extent, but yeah, I'm good on that. I don't need to be eaten dog. I guess if I was in Korea, maybe I would try it. Any of you guys like horse meat? I've had it once and it was like beef, but more sour. Apparently Taco Bell over here used to use horse meat. I'm not opposed to horse meat. I would eat some horse meat. I mean, obviously it turned Alistair Overeem into the Ubereem, so there must be some value to it. Top Dog started at 10 a.m. I was trying to wake up early to catch the Inoue fight. Failed perfectly in time for... True. Oh, yeah. It was bare knuckle boxing. Okay. Yeah. Inoue fought bare knuckle on that card? Or was it mixed? Was it bare knuckle and gloved or no? Antonio Carlos Jr. over here leading with fingers like a motherfucker. Korea did outlaw eating dogs recently. It's just China now. Oh, okay. All right, so there you go. Then now I don't have to eat dogs if I go to Korea. Glad to hear it. You know, again, it's like one of those things that maybe there might not be that big of an ethical, like, you know, in the broad scheme of things, like the ethics are not really that bad, but it's just culturally at this point seems weird, right? I lived in South Florida for a while. Shout out. I knew a bunch of Haitians. They said they would eat cat like some domestic cats are a delicacy, which I find disgusting. I have a pet cat. Yes, I also have a pet cat, and that is not great. Yeah, they should certainly not do that. And again, you know, if it's like a cultural thing, in the United States, we do not eat domesticated animals unless you so choose to keep and domesticate an animal that is generally a livestock animal. So going out and eating domesticated animals, like trapping them to eat them, is there is definitely an ethical dilemma there, I would say. Oh, Marvin Vittori leading with fingers too. Both these guys eye poking each other. Fuck Marvin Vittori. I don't know if I've said that enough on stream, but fuck that guy. I will say that 800 times if I can. So we're not paying too much attention to this fight. I think he ends up winning this fight. Anything I've had as a pet, I will not eat. I think that that's a good rule of thumb. Pigs have personality. Yeah, pigs are apparently very smart, which makes it very unfortunate that we eat them, but such is life. Same with octopus, from what I understand. Octopus are apparently very intelligent. Dogs and cats have personality. Oh, octopus, there you go. You just say it. Octopus is delicious, but once I saw my octopus teach... Yeah, the document. I heard about this documentary. I have not seen it, though. Wouldn't eat dolphins either. The way that they would round up and hunt dolphins is disgusting, man. There's another. You want to talk about documentaries? Go watch. Oh my God, The Cove, I believe is the name of that documentary, and that'll. Oh God, that's a tough watch. That is a tough watch. The Cove. Yeah, it's all about that exact subject. Overeem was eating horse meat. Laced with HGH. This is facts, Meat Rocket. Yes, you are not lying. The Ubereem off of that horse meat plus. I feel less bad about the meat I eat because it's been bred for thousands of years to be food, or I personally hunt the animal. Something we've domesticated to be a companion shouldn't be eaten. Yeah, I think that that's generally a good rule of thumb. And really, that is the goated way. If you're going to eat meat, to go and hunt the animal yourself, thank that animal for the life that they had and the sustenance that they are providing to you, and then use as much of that animal as you can, a la the Native Americans and Native Canadians. This is the way. That's why I have a lot of respect for hunters, even if I am not one myself. It doesn't go into effect until 2027 in Korea. Oh, interesting. They have all the back supply of dog they don't want to go to waste. Bro, no. I wonder what happens to, like, they just, like, let all the kennel doors open at that point? Like, you're free now, go. You just see the locks getting busted off of all the doors and all these fucking dogs running out into the street. Hopefully they all find good, loving homes. And hopefully people continue to not eat them. Because, I mean, shit, dude. Just because the government outlawed it, like, people at home can do what they want, right? 90% of Chinese restaurants are near a veterinary clinic or oh, come on, bro. That is overblown and a bit of a myth. However... it pains me to say this because I hate to feed into negative stereotypes, but this is a legit fact. Where I'm from in South Florida, a Chinese restaurant did get their restaurant license revoked. Their food and beverage license was revoked because they were hunting Muscovy ducks from the local ponds and using it in their food. I wish I was making this up. I am not making this up. And I hate to say it because it feeds into negative stereotypes, but This is legitimately true. This was in the paper and everything. We don't have Muscovies up in Central Florida like we used to in South Florida. I don't know what happened, why all the Muscovy ducks are in the south of Florida and not in Central Florida. But back where I'm from, Muscovy ducks were everywhere. They were the most common. You'd see them all over the place. They were like regularly in your neighborhoods and streets and everything. They were just around, and we had a lot of ponds, and they ate a lot of them. Remember how Jan fought Merab last time, and he would always approach Merab with closed fists instead of fingers out. Yeah, that's how you should. Yeah, Jan navigated that fight very effectively and legally within the confines of this sport. The Cove is horrible. Yeah. The Cove that's a tough wash, dude. Yeah. These are the underbelly of society that you must be aware of. You know? The underbelly don't wash away, to quote a rapper named Thinker St. James. Never felt more native than hunting on the res. Yo. Despite how pasty I am. Do they open the res for hunting regularly, or is that like a seasonal thing? Like, what's the policy on the reservation? Korea will free them in 2028. There's new laws about killing stray dogs, and now the meat tastes different again. Okay. Good. Well, I'm glad that they have updated that. Stereotypes exist for a reason. Not always. I don't buy that, even though sometimes they prove themselves to be true. Matt struggling to keep up with the comments? Brother, I never struggle with the comments. You can keep them coming as fast as you can, bro. I love it. Better hire some people to read the comments. What's the point of that? Then you don't get to hear the dulcet tones of my silky voice. This voice that gets your boy paid. Speaking of which, I got to get some more voiceover work. I haven't done any in a while, but I used to really enjoy doing that. I actually do have one gig coming up. But anybody needs voiceover work, let me know. I'll give you a good price. You get the friends and family rate. Hunting local duck for your restaurant wouldn't be seen as a bad thing if they weren't Chinese. No, I think it would. I think it would. Hunting animals within the city limit, I think, is illegal in general, because this is like in a major city. Like, not, well, all right, let me take that back. It's not like a major city like New York City, but like this is like a populated area. This is not like in the woods or the forest or anything. Like, they were literally going out to like the lake behind the restaurant and doing it. Where there's smoke, there's fire. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, obviously there was there, so what can I say to that, right? Natives can hunt on any crown or reservation land year-round. Okay. Non-banned card holders. What does that mean? Ooh, Marvin Vittori landed some heavy elbows. Non-banned card holders can hunt on the reservation as public land during the proper seasons, but there's no game wardens on the reservation. Oh, interesting. So they can hunt during the season, but no one's going to like be there to regulate what they take home. Kind of dope, honestly. Reservation says, fuck that. Stay the fuck off our land. We'll control our own animal populations around here. I like it. Talk to me on that voiceover gig that's coming up. Oh yeah, it's for a little promo video for a company. Just a small little, like, 90-second dealy. I'm under NDA. I can't really talk too much about it. But it's cool. You know, little small contract, extra cash coming in. I love doing it though. Voiceover is one of my favorite things to do. I really enjoy it. Which is funny considering how often I stumble and slur my words in normal conversation, but I promise you when I do voiceover, I am very eloquent. And Marvin Vettori sailing his way to another decision win. God, it really is 2016. They can scalp you on the res in front of cops standing in the road, and there's nothing they could legally do about. It's to that level. It's to that level that they have that much jurisdiction over their laws. I did not know that. That's interesting. So then, who regulates that? Like the tribe? Like whatever the tribal council or whatever? Because obviously they have to have some governance. What was the first MMA event you watched live? Was the Pride Fedor versus Crow Cop card. Next was UFC Arlovsky versus Buentello. I thought Pride was way more exciting. Okay, yeah, you're an old school fan. Yeah. No, my first event was Chris Weidman versus Anderson Silva 1. That was the first event that I actually sat down to watch a full event for. Before that, I was exposed to MMA via friends in limited capacities, and I remember distinctly watching a knockout compilation in college and not really knowing what I was looking at, but thinking it was really cool. I was like, damn, these guys just knock each other the fuck out. What is this? I don't know. Also, at the time, I don't really think I was like consciously like internalizing what I was watching because I was extremely high. Like, I smoked a lot of weed in college. Your reservation has both provincial and native police with jurisdiction over all the people on the reservation. Okay. Interesting. Babyface Vittori versus Shoeface. Yo. Damn. Carlos Jr. getting roasted. Definitely a throwback. 2016 is throwback era now. Crazy to think. I had already been working for 11 years at this point. Good Lord. I am an old man. Whenever I hear the name Marvin, I think of Marvin the Beast Eastman. Yo, hell yeah, dude. Marvin Eastman. Yeah, yo, Meat Rocket. Coming in with the old school facts. A banned card is a legal card you get to prove you are over 50% native by immediate heritage and you don't pay sales tax or hunting/fishing licenses or totals anymore. Oh, okay. Interesting. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah. Well, shout out to the natives. Good Lord. Lord knows they deserve it. All the shit they went through in America and in Canada. Pride is the GOAT. Pride never die. One of these days, when I have infinite amounts of time, I want to go back and rewatch every Pride event that they have on Fight Pass. I would really like to do that. That would be a project that I would love to undertake one of these days. Go back and just watch every single Pride event. Watch Strike Force, watch WEC, WSOF, all the old school stuff, man. Watch Rings, watch Dream. I would love that, dude. I'm such a fan of old school MMA, man. That's why we were talking about the Smashing Machine last night, and that's why I have such a love for the Smashing Machine documentary, and that era of the sport occupies a very specific time in history. We have Ontario Provincial Police and a local reservation police, native or not. Any government branch of law has jurisdiction over you. I don't know what Wheelchair is saying. Oh. Only time natives get away with stuff is with a banned card. You have no hunting or fishing regs and no sales tax. Okay. Carlos's nickname is Shoeface. Really? That was his nickname? You were working 1 year less than I was alive in 2016. True, man. I'm telling you. Time flies. I was a working man. I was climbing ladders. I was in the trusses, bro. Your boy was in the trenches, running cable, wiring speaker systems, running boards. smoking copious amounts of marijuana. What? Marvin Eastman with that vagina on his eyebrow after fighting Rampage. True. Yes, indeed. There were some great fights back then. Tribal police don't fuck around. My uncle Muskie said he took a gang member who shot someone point blank and left him in the desert to die. They said back then they didn't waste time on them. Jesus, dude. Good Lord. Dropped him in the middle of the desert and drove off. That's a tribal police did that, you're saying? Good Lord. Your tribal cops are definitely... tribal cops definitely still don't give people midnight rides in the winter. That's illegal and very bad. Okay. I mean, this is all stuff that... I mean, are there movies about this? Like, this sounds like something I need to see a movie to, like, fully understand, you know? There's got to be, like, some crazy books about that. I'd watch WSOF for Nick Newell. Hell yeah. Shout out to the one-armed bandit. Marlon Moraes and Justin Gaethje. Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. Yeah. World Series of Fighting had some good fights back in the day before it became PFL. And then PFL systematically ruined everything that was great about them and Bellator. How? Really, I mean, PFL is going to have to be studied after it finally goes under, you know? Really a prime example of how businessmen let a quality promotion just get turned into something so sloppy after glomming on. Like PFL is like the EA Sports of MMA. You know what I mean? Like they buy up other promotions and absorb them, strip them of everything that made them great, and then put out shit products as the end result. I don't understand it. Corporatism at its finest. They stopped that years ago? Okay, well, thank God. Jesus Christ, man. There's some documentaries recently out in Canada. They did a lot on the reservation by Winnipeg. Very controversial when 20 missing people turns out to have frozen to death after the police contact. Jesus. What the fuck is going on up there? I thought you guys were all peaceful and friendly. What the fuck? I mean, I obviously I hate to be laughing about something like that, but good Lord. I mean, thought that Canada was the place where nice people were. 20 people go missing? Jesus. Is there a schedule or system as to how the UFC streams these older events? No, not to my knowledge. It really does seem that they just pick them out at random. Because this is 207, right? This is 207 we're doing right now. And just recently, like maybe 6 or 8 months ago, we did 217. So obviously they're ping-ponging all over the place for these. All came out about 3 years ago, and the government made a big deal that it definitely never happens now. Okay, well, glad they put a stop to it, for fuck's sake. Nothing like police corruption to make the season bright. Oh, Antonio Carlos Jr. won that fight. Ah, fair enough. Well, good. Glad to see it. Fuck Marvin Vettori. I don't know if I've said that before. I liked WC and Pride the most. Strikeforce was even better than UFC until UFC bought WEC, then Pride, and eventually Strikeforce. Yeah. Strikeforce, another one that I would like to go back and rewatch. I did see a very little bit of Strikeforce in clips and stuff. I never actually saw a full event. You missed out. Pride was fucking crazy. The whole event was like this huge spectacle. Yeah, no, I know, dude. I've seen enough of Pride to know that. But, like, I want to go back and watch everything. And now that I have Fight Pass, I potentially could do that. And, I mean, I've seen enough of the Smashing Machine to know all about knees to downed opponents and soccer kicks and headbutts and all of that. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Your uncle was a Vietnam vet who became a tribal cop when he got back. They definitely could make a movie about your uncle's life. Shit, dude, write it all down and write the script. Sounds like something I would watch. I mean, definitely sounds like a story that I mean, I'm sure that there are movies about it that I can't think of, but like probably underrepresented stories, I would say. Sounds like something that should be made into a movie. Reservation cops don't mess around. You come onto their land and cause issues. You can either find your way out of the woods or deal with the consequences. Damn. I mean, sounds very not above board, but I guess it is what it is. Didn't Arnold Allen just get jumped for not speaking French in Quebec? What? What? Excuse me? Arnold Allen, MMA fighter? Oh, man. This is how old school, how long it's been since Johnny Hendricks has fought. He doesn't even have a picture on ESPN. How crazy. Is that true, Chairway? Did Arnold Allen actually get jumped in Quebec for not speaking French? If that's true, send me a link. That's an interesting story. Just make sure not to cause trouble when it's cold. Brother, if I was ever on the reservation, I would be on my P's and Q's like nobody's business. You do like the peace pipes. I mean, so do they, apparently. You wouldn't doubt it. Quebecois are the worst. Yeah, I know that firsthand. Montreal, a city that I have no desire to ever return to. I'm glad I went. It was a very pretty city, I will say. I did think that the architecture was nice. But that's about it. There was nothing about Montreal that stood out to me aside from why I was there. I mean, I was there for the largest comedy festival in the world. But besides that, like, I would never go back there for recreation. Fuck that. Hype for your first Ryzen event, bro. So am I. Thank you so much for posting the link in the Discord, by the way. I really appreciate that. And yes, I'm very much looking forward to that. I'm going to be getting that set up on Tuesday early in the day. I'll be buying the pay-per-view, and we will be set to go at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So yes, for everybody, that is the 30th. That is coming up in 3 days. So December 30th for us in the United States. It is Ryzen's New Year's Eve card. It starts at midnight Eastern Standard, or no, excuse me, it starts at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 11 p.m. I will be live for Ryzen. I cannot wait. I've been saying for the longest time that I've been wanting to do Ryzen on this channel, and this is going to be really fun. So thank you very much, Chairway, for getting the link over here to make that happen. And thank you guys who donate to the stream, because your donations are going to pay for that Ryzen card. So really appreciate it. I love how the poster for UFC 207 said she's back and Ronda gets schooled in like 46 seconds. Yup. Fucking dummy. Thinking that she could go toe-to-toe with the lady goat. Get out of here. Nobody's touching Amanda. Except maybe Kayla. Bum, bum, bum. Thunderheart with Val Kilmer is the only movie I can think of off the top. Okay, so there is a movie about it. Interesting. All right. I'll have to remember that. Let me see if I can find that. I wonder if that's on a streaming service. Let me look that up real quick. Thunderheart. 1992. Old school. Oh, hell yeah, dude. With Sam Shepard in it. And Graham Greene, who just passed away, unfortunately. R.I.P. to Graham Greene. Native actor. Oh, it's on Pluto TV. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Shout out to Pluto TV, the great streaming service. Yes, I'll have to check that out. Remind me in the Discord. I will definitely watch that. Old school 1992 peak cinema era. The 90s, one of the best eras for film that there has been. Hey, Didgery Dave, checking in from Aussie land. How you doing, brother? Thanks for checking in. This must be the middle of the night for you, no? Or early, I guess, in the morning, perhaps. G'day. What do you mean Hendrix doesn't have a picture? He's a golden statue. Yeah, I know. That's the fact that he apparently got lit up by Neil Magny. But we'll see. We're going to see right now. What side of the GSP fight was this? Judging by his hairline, I would say this is on the after side. I don't remember the timeline off the top of my head. Quebec City is nicer than Montreal for the history and architecture. They also understand slightly more. Their entire economy is based on English people coming, so don't be mad at the English. Yeah, how about don't be mad at the people who make up the majority of the country that you live in, period. End of story. How about just don't be an asshole as a cultural component of your, of your personhood? I never understood that. We just have this like acceptance of the French that, oh, they're rude, but they're just French. Fuck that. Fuck you. You don't just get a pass because you're French. I don't understand how they just like worked that into their like cultural fabric. Fuck that. And I mean, I've got love for the French, bro. We watched all of the Cage series. I French fighters, I'm cool with the French if they're cool, but like you don't just get to be assholes and it's just okay because you're French. You're so hyped for Ryzen? I am so hyped for Ryzen. I can't wait. I'm really excited for it. Val Kilmer and Graham Greene Val Kilmer also, of course, passed away. Yeah, that is sad. You can probably find it on YouTube. Well, yeah, it's on Pluto TV for free, so I'll check it out. It's a cool Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Love to see it, bro. Thanks for being here. Thought there would be no church this morning. Yeah, well, we figured out a way. We found old school MMA fights, old school UFC, little 206 action. 207. My bad. Yeah, we're having a good time. Chat is bumping over here. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Magny is a time traveler. Bro, legit, dude. Neil Magny defying age and time. Your daughter was calling her goat to yell. Wait, your daughter was calling her goat to her, yelling princess, and I was like, she responds to Princess Valentina as a joke, but then she actually came when called, so we officially have the goat Valentina. Yes, love it, dude. Excellent. See, it worked out both ways. That is a beautiful meeting in the middle. She wanted princess, you wanted Valentina, you've got the goat Valentina, and the world gets the goat Valentina. I don't think that could have worked out any better. Congratulations. I couldn't swing Amanda, though, for one of the females, though, but at least I got one. Hey, that's okay. One is fine. The wife gets what the wife wants. You got a good woman, she can name the goat. It is crazy, man. Talk about stereotypes. Black don't crack. I mean, Neil Magny looks almost exactly the same now that he did back then. That is so wild. Hair is the only thing that's different. Yeah, bro has not aged in 9 years. He looks exactly the same. That's crazy. This was way after Hendricks lost to GSP, which was back. Oh, that was 2013. Okay, so not that long. I mean, 3 years. But Yeah, so then, yeah, that makes sense. Because, yeah, unfortunately for Johnny Hendricks, this was another, like, Dominic Reyes situation where he ends up getting robbed in the title fight and then just completely goes off the rails. So, sad for old Big Rig over here, but at least this was still when he was able to make... oh, no, he didn't make weight. I was going to say at least he was able to make welterweight, but he's overweight. That's funny. 173.5. Good Lord. Yeah, Hendricks was having all kinds of problems making weight back then. I do remember that. Because no Anglo person in Canada thinks about the Quebecois until one of them is driving like shit in front of you. That's something I am very familiar with, Hydra. Let me tell you something about drivers from Quebec. We get a ton of those down here in Florida, all those snowbirds coming down. I am very familiar with Canadian drivers, especially in the tourist area. Back when my family used to take trips over to the theme parks every once in a while growing up, you would drive behind the Quebecies, and they had a reputation all their own. You see that white license plate with the blue writing on it, you know you are in for some shit driving. And that's coming from a Floridian where the driving is already shit no matter where you are or who you're driving with. The Quebecies adding a whole nother little element to that. So trust, I am very familiar with that shit. How much do you watch Ryzen? I have not watched any Ryzen on the stream yet. This is going to be the first time that we're doing it on Yama. Pride used to have their biggest card. Yeah, I'm familiar with the New Year's Eve tradition for sure. And yes, apparently Ryzen is keeping that tradition alive, including the freak show fight aspect of it, from what Chairway has told us. How's Vitz King? He's good as far as I know. I haven't talked to him in a while. He's been doing his own thing, you know. I guess things are getting more serious with the girlfriend, so he's been doing his own thing. Got a new dog, so there's another dog. Next time that we get together on stream, you're going to see another dog in addition to Jake Dog. Have not met the new dog yet, and apparently also got a new car too. So he's doing pretty good from what I understand, but we just haven't been talking as much lately. Like, no problem, you know, obviously. I mean, still my boy, but just, you know, kind of doing his own thing right now. So we'll reconnect at some point. Hopefully when the UFC comes back. I'm sure they got some Strikeforce events replays on YouTube. Maybe the Fedor versus Brett Rogers or Nick Diaz versus Semtex Daily. Yeah, I mean, I would be happy to watch some of those if you guys wanted to watch it like that way. I just always like assume that people want to watch it in like live stream form, but if you guys would want to just like have a watch along where I'm watching a YouTube video and you can sync up the YouTube video, we could definitely do that. I wouldn't be opposed to that. I don't know. You guys tell me if that's something that you want to do. Let me know in the Discord. Vitesas? Nah, I don't think that that's what it is, man. I mean, you know, it's just one of those things that like life navigates in different ways, and you know, it's kind of how it goes sometimes. But I mean, don't get it twisted. I'm sure Vitz will be back on the channel at some point. It's not like we didn't, you know, everything's fine. Like there's nothing wrong between us. Didn't Hendricks have a burger joint or something, or was that a meme? I don't know if that was a meme or not. I mean, I know that there were many memes about his weight, so that could have been a meme. Obviously, the one that I always remember for some reason is people were calling him Pig Rig as opposed to Big Rig. Lol. So it could have been a meme, but I don't know. You know who does have a burger joint, and I have always wanted to try it. If I ever go down to Texas sometime, I would love to go try Trill Burgers. This is the burger joint from Bun B of the legendary UGK. What you know about UGK in the chat, people? Come on. Talk about the South. Some of the best rap that has ever come out of the South. R.I.P. to the pimp. Big Rig either missed weight or lost every fight since USADA became a thing. Imagine that. Oh, you think so? Was that the rumor with him? I never heard that back in the day about Hendricks being a having USADA problems. I always just thought that it was him being way too big for the weight class. But I mean, I wouldn't put it past. I'm not saying that it's not true if that's the case. I just don't know. But yeah, that's not, I have not heard that. Why is the camera just will not stay like centered for some reason? There we go. That looks a little better. No, now it's off center again. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna stop. I'm not touching the camera anymore. Is that good? There. All right. How can I watch Ryzen? Is it on Netflix or Amazon? No, it's pay-per-view. Pay-per-view is affordable though. Pay-per-view is only $20 USD. So get yourself the pay-per-view. I'm sure that there are less than reputable ways that you could watch it if you really want to. And if you are a member of the Discord, someone might be able to help you. But this, of course, ever since the Andrew Tate card, we know that this is the new rule around here. We do not talk about links in the chat anymore. We do not give links out. We are done with links. Links are no longer a thing in the chat. So that's policy around here now. We are never reliving the Misfits boxing card as far as I'm concerned. I know, right? Florida has bad enough drivers as it is. Mix in the snowbirds. Oh Lord, we're going to die. Yeah, bro. No. So what I've always said about Florida drivers is threefold. If you want to count Canadians, then you can count it as four, but it is old people. It is Floridians who have places to go and know where they're going. And it's tourists who don't know where they're going. You mix all three of those. And when I talk about the Floridians, that's, Floridians by nature are assholes. So asshole Floridians, old people, and tourists. So you can kind of lump in the Canadians with the tourists. You have the three of those all mixing together in various degrees and various combinations of those three, depending on what part of the state you are in. It is a lethal combination. Florida is Death Race 2000 at all times. Saw you can get Fight Pass for $1 for December. Might be worthwhile if you have a specific event you want to rewatch. I took advantage of the promo offer that they were running for Fight Pass that was 3 months for free. So I don't know if they're still running that promo, but it was promo code WELCOME. You can see if it still works, but yeah, they're giving away Fight Pass right now. So I've always wanted to have Fight Pass. I probably should have just had it a long time ago. So, fine excuse. I guarantee you I'm going to keep it. Just knowing, again, I can chalk it up to being an investment in Yama, but selfishly, I just want to have Fight Pass. Come on. I love old school MMA. I don't have time enough to be watching events off stream, but then we can do old school MMA rewatches together. We'll see. Who knows? You guys tell me what you want. I'll watch old Strike Force, Pride, or WEC events. Well, Chairway, yeah. Again, try the promo code before you do anything. But if not, then yeah, a month for $1. Sounds good to me. You don't know nothing about UGK? Well, young man, there is your homework, sir. Get hip to game. UGK, the Underground Kings, Bun B, Pimp C, RIP to Pimp C. Influential Southern hip-hop group with banger music. First rule of Yama, we don't talk about streaming links. Second rule of Yama, we don't talk about streaming links. Yeah, pretty much. At this point, I didn't want it to have to be that way, but it's not worth. It's certainly not worth. And I was just so up to my fucking wit's end during that dumbass influencer event that, yeah, we ain't having that again. Do you remember the one time I called myself the Thinker and you completely flipped your shit? I did not completely flip my shit on you. Not for that. I was completely flipping my shit on many people that day, so you might have caught some strays. Yeah, that stream got I try never to get to that point where I'm getting legitimately mad about shit, but there's a reason it's called yelling about mixed martial arts. Your boy likes to yell. Hey, Chi Wee Wee, KK boy coming in with another $1 super chat, my man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your generosity, my friend. I know you are a younger man, my guy. Don't be spending money that you can't afford to spend, but I really do appreciate it. So thank you very much. All right, I posted that as you were saying, no more links. I promise. Wait, what? Oh, no. You can post links to like events and stuff. I'm saying like, I don't want there to be like, oh, where's the link? And me constantly having to say, join the Discord, which is no, we're not doing any of that anymore. Like, if y'all want to, I mean, you guys can do whatever you want. If you want to post links or whatever, I can't stop you from doing that. I'm just saying, I'm like, no, I'm not going to ban anybody for posting links. I'm saying that if people come in the chat and are spamming, where's the link? Give me the link. Hey, hook me up with the link, bro. None of that anymore. I'm not responding to that anymore. So y'all can do whatever you want. I guess I didn't make that clear. Sorry if I was a little unclear about what I was talking about. Yeah, you guys are welcome to do whatever, whatever YouTube will allow. So, I can't stop you from doing that kind of thing. And of course, links are definitely allowed in the Discord. Discord is whatever. You can do anything you want in the Discord. Within reason, obviously nothing illegal. Which I say for legal purposes. So Ryzen starts at 11 p.m. Eastern, and how many fights are on the card? Does it go to 6 a.m.? I don't know. It's a lot of fights. It is definitely a lot of fights. Yeah, 15 fights. 5 of them are title fights. Yeah, it's a big event when it comes to that. A lot of title fights. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I am very much looking forward to it. Your latest iteration of Fight Pass was 2 months for the price of 1 back in November. Yeah, they just keep running promo after promo, my man. First rule of Yama, don't spam link bro link. Second rule, just join the Discord and we'll tell you. Yeah, exactly, Hydra. This is not fucking rocket science. I'm just not responding to it anymore. Like, and more so, like, if you start spamming it and then you're an asshole about it, then you're getting banned. That's what it comes down to. Because there's a difference between like chat interaction and like being a part of the community and you coming in and just being a demanding asshole. I'm not dealing with that shit. Like, because that's the kind of stuff right there. Like, I draw the line with that only because we have built such a dope community of the people that come around that just like takes away from y'all's experience. And like, I don't like it. I can imagine that it's not fun for you guys either if the entire chat is just, where's the link? Where's the link? Where's the link? So if I see it, I'm going to say, stop asking for links. And if you keep doing it, you're getting banned. That's all that it is. And I hate to be that way, but they made it that way. So I'm just reacting to, just reacting to what I see. And again, at the end of the day, it's it's hopefully for the best experience for you guys. Hey, Chi Wee Wee to Arrogant Savage coming in with the $5 super chat donation. Brother, appreciate it. I'm down for old card rewatches. Let's go. All right, I like it. I need to reactivate my Fight Pass $5. Going once. Anyone got 6? Going once, going twice. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much. God, the generosity of you guys is overwhelming, man. I cannot tell you what it means to me. It's so crazy. It's every time, like, it's just, it's wild. I feel really blessed. So thank you. I was just joking. You flipped your shit. Okay. You didn't really say anything. Yeah. I didn't think I flipped out on you. Me siding with Bryce seemed to be less stressful than Tate fans begging. Oh, absolutely. Chairway. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Like I said, I'll have conversations about anything. But if it's a conversation, if it's you coming in being a fucking prick and just being like, hey, where's the link, fuckhead? I'm like, all right, well, suck my fucking dick. Go bother someone else. Like, you having a difference of opinion is perfectly fine. Plus, like I said, if you were coming in here and being like, fuck you, your opinion's stupid, fuck, like being like if you were making it like something that it didn't need to be, then maybe it's a different story. But you've always been really respectful about it. I respect you too. It's fine. I mean, we can disagree on these things and be civil about it. I come from an era. So, okay, we'll take it back one more step and then we can move on from all of this. I used to do stand-up comedy. You know, I come from an era of comedy where different people all come together and you roast each other, you know, but there's an understanding that underneath that, we're all just having fun with it. And at the end of the day, we part as friends. If it's not that, that's a different story. We can evaluate it case by case when it comes to that kind of thing. But I take that same mentality to the chat. When you're in the chat with me, until you show me otherwise, the understanding is we're cool with each other. So if you have a difference of opinion than me, that does not fall outside of the realm of coolness. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay, I think it's a little bit outlandish. Some of them I think might be slightly dangerous, and we can talk about that. But like overall, just a mutual respect is all that I ask for. Keep it light is generally what I like to do. But that's about it, you know? So obviously, you know, that's all that I ask for out of anybody is just be cool with me, be cool with the chat. Try to keep it light unless we're talking about serious stuff. And sometimes we get serious, you know, when it's appropriate, whatever. But generally, like I said, we got love for those who got love for us. The Method Man mantra. So, that's all. You haven't watched the Bryce video yet? Should I watch his original videos first? Or oh, no, just watch mine because we actually, oh, geez, man, super chats coming in left and right. No, just watch mine because the stream is on screen on mine. Bloomis with the $10 super chat coming in. Says, Savage, I see your 5 and raise you 10. Come at me, chat. Yo, dueling super chats over here. You guys are crazy. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you so much, man. I feel the love, guys. Really, it's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thinker is just like the boss from Smiling Friends. I sure do love my boys. Hey, I do love my boys. That's what I'm saying, dude. I don't care what amount of people are in the chat ever. We have the coolest community of MMA fans on YouTube, and we are going to keep it that way. Because that's really like, that's why I was upset after that stream. It's because I felt like I let the chat be betrayed, you know? That's what hurt my feeling the most. Hell yeah, the handsome Savage, absolutely. The 5 of us, Norway and Kurdistan, I don't think we'll have to deal with the Tate fans again. Look, if I watch another Tate card, you know, it's not out of the question, but I'm dealing with it differently is all I'm saying. Thinker crash outs are my favorite. Going scorched earth on these Tate nut riders was hilarious. I mean, crash outs sometimes are necessary. Sometimes they are necessary. I appreciate the super chat off over here. Thank you, guys. All right, Johnny Hendricks versus Neil Magny went the distance. Love it. Love to see it. Neil Magny winning that fight pretty handily. I watched some Smiling Friends. Is it that manic owner of the company that's the Thinker? Yeah, I think so. You're also a failed stand-up comic? Well, hold on here. Hold on. I was not a failed stand-up comic. I actually did very well at stand-up comedy. I chose to leave stand-up. I did not enjoy doing stand-up. So, let's just get one thing straight here. That is true, though. I had a fine run of doing stand-up. I just didn't like it. To be perfectly honest, I was not, I didn't like doing the same joke. Actually, what I always say about that is that, like, I prefer doing live streaming over stand-up because of the unpredictable nature of it. The stand-up felt like a stage play to me. I didn't like repeating jokes. What I always say is that I never did the same set twice. I would always, like, change jokes around and, like, switch things up, but I just didn't like the progression of like what it took to be successful at stand-up. I didn't have the passion for it. And to be a successful stand-up comic, you need to have a passion for it, I would say. Like, I would always talk to other stand-ups and they would say like, oh, you know, that feeling that you get when you get a laugh, it's like nothing else. And I always was like, you know, Like, I like it. It's not like I'm glad that people enjoy the jokes, but like it never made me feel the way that like when people talk about loving stand up, you know? Split decision on this fight? Thought that was pretty easily a Neil Magny's win. Oh, no, not a split decision. 29-28 Neil Magny. Boys are going wild with the super chats. I know, it's amazing, man. Appreciate you guys. Again, you know, never feel like you have to. Just always know this. Always know this. But I really do appreciate it. It makes me feel amazing. Next time Thinker gets invaded by Tate fans, you need a soundboard to just spam, "You're a brokey." Yo, that's legit, dude. I really do have to invest. Maybe that's one of the things that I'll invest in when the donations get to a certain point is I need to get a stream deck for over here. Like what I have over at Vitz King's place. Cause yeah, that would be good. That would be good. But the problem is, and like, this is actually something, if somebody can figure out a way to make this happen, then let me know, because like the only thing that I've ever been able to find is like very complicated, like virtual routing of things. My issue is this. So like, okay, when you donate right now, you'll notice that something comes up on the screen, but you can't hear the chi wee wee, right? The reason that is because I have the audio from the fight playing, and the audio from the browser goes through the desktop audio on OBS, and I cannot stop that audio and only have the audio from Streamlabs playing. Like, I cannot have the audio from the stream not going out to the desktop audio on OBS. So because of that, I always have to mute my desktop audio, and thus I cannot have the alert sounds going or the soundboard going. Because I do have a soundboard here. I've got the soundboard that I have here. It's not as robust. It doesn't have that many sound effects. But like, if I got a stream deck, that would be great. But if I'm doing watch-alongs, I still couldn't use it. So that's my problem. If somebody has a solution for this, I would love you forever, because like, it really would be like an amazing help for this stream, but I have searched far and wide for a solution, and I just cannot find one. And there you go. The unauthorized reproduction and distribution of this copyrighted work is old school FBI warning. They don't even do that shit anymore. They know everybody's copywriting all this shit. Streaming it illegally. Do you stream One Championship cards? One is easily one of the most exciting combat organizations with Muay Thai and kickboxing. Yes, I love One Championship. I have said many times that I want to do more One on this channel. I currently do occasional One cards if I know that they're happening. But if you are a fan of One Championship, Meat Rocket, I would highly recommend, and I will throw the link in the chat for you right now, my good buddy and podcast co-host Chase Parton has a YouTube channel of his own, and he does One Championship streams almost every every Friday morning. Sorry. Every Friday morning when they do the Friday One fights, essentially One's fight nights, Chase does those. Those are Friday mornings generally. There is the link to his channel. I would highly recommend giving my boy Chase a follow, and occasionally you'll see an appearance from your boy in the chat. So I usually try to hang out with Chase for those cards because I love them. So yes, I am a big fan of One Championship, and I would like to do more One on the channel as well. So hopefully in the future I will do One Championship as well. Absolutely. Hey, face the pain. Oh! It's time to end this suffering. Man, I haven't heard Face the Pain unironically in so long. Hold, please. It's the jam still to this day, people. Face the Pain fucking rules. Honestly, like, seriously though, like, all memes aside, it's time to end this suffering as an opening line to a song goes so fucking hard. It's time to end this suffering. Hell yeah, dude. Face the Pain rules. The way I see it, $10 donation is like one beer at the bar. I'm sitting here with top entertainment by you guys for an entire night for free. So what the fuck? Hey, Bloomis, I'm glad you feel that way, bro. Thank you. Thank you for giving me that beer. Donations are greatly appreciated, but never required. RIP to the King Cobra indeed, dude. King Cobra forever. And the mantra is legit. We keep the memory of King Cobra alive in this chat at all times. Also, by dating extremely toxic women. Did we ever find out what happened to him? Why did he die? RIP to the legend, but like, why? What happened? I didn't really know Tate had any fans. Dude's an inactive, washed former fighter. No, well, his fans come from his life coaching or whatever. Tate fans just don't have a dad or other strong male presence in their life. Yes, this is a sad truth for a lot of them. And it's unfortunate. I mean, really, in a legitimate way, I do feel bad for a lot of people. Okay, maybe that's a little bit condescending. What I say is that I do feel like I understand why people gravitate towards him. This is the same reason people gravitate towards anyone with charisma. It's all about charisma. I'm telling you, charisma is one of the strongest, compelling elements of human beings that you could possibly have. Like, if you are charismatic and have even a modicum of ambition in life, you can go very far. Andrew Tate, Donald Trump, pretty much any politician that becomes president, any politician that gets elected, period. It's a lot about charisma. I'm telling you, charisma is like one of the most necessary things for success. And I feel bad for people who don't have any of it. I wouldn't even consider myself overly charismatic. I just can talk at length, and it kind of comes off that way occasionally. Very rarely. Bust out the Gary Busey soundboard. How can you sell these tomatoes? These tomatoes aren't even ripe. I love it. I would love to have Gary Busey on the soundboard. Shout out to I'm with Busey, the old Gary Busey TV show on Comedy Central back in the day that was fucking amazing. Gary Busey fucking ruled. He's not doing so great, by the way, now, man. I don't know if you've seen him lately. I saw like a cameo or something that he did. He is looking rough, dude. Obviously, he's getting elderly at this point. He's in his later years, but man, he's looking very, very frail. Oh, would you looky there? Big Rig missed weight and lost post USADA to Magny. Well, when you're right, you're right. You had no idea that Ohio is Chase? Yeah, Chase is the Ohio player. Genuinely, nothing gets me more hype for fights than Face the Pain. Bro, seriously, Face the Pain fucking rules. There is nothing better than Face the Pain when it comes to the fight world. Musically, this is actually a genuine challenge. Name me another song as iconic in the MMA world. Like, I want to know. I'm sure that there are some, maybe like some other songs that are like theme songs for other organizations or whatever, but like legitimately, name me another song that is as iconic in the world of mixed martial arts than Face the Pain. I mean, you can't do it. Why did they end the Face the Pain intro? I think that they ended it when they moved away from Fox Sports, I believe. I think that's what it was. They still use it every once in a while. Like, they'll still throw it in like at very random, but it's few and far between. Also, they probably ran out of the rights with the band or whatever, Had to renegotiate it, and they were like, we don't really need you that bad. Look up the UFC 323 classic intro. I watched it like 20 times. Oh, awesome. Hell yeah. I mean, I saw it live when it happened. Right? 323 was just the recent one, no? I love the old intro. I hadn't heard it until a YouTube channel called The Underground did a classic intro for 323 and it went hard. Oh, yeah, they didn't do it on the actual thing. They did a reworking of it. Yeah. I think I did see that. I think I saw that when it was posted on the socials. I was conflating two things. I thought that they had done a throwback intro on the actual event, but I think I'm confusing that with something else. But yeah, I do remember that like somebody had done that. And yeah, Face the Pain fucking rules, dude. I'll throw Face the Pain in on like Instagram stories all the time. You know? The Underground is tied with Yama for me for top MMA channel. His edits and Face the Pain classic intros are so good. I don't know this channel. The MMA Underground? Let me look this up real quick. MMA Underground. Well, there's MMA Underground Gym, which is in Crystal Lake, Illinois. MMA Underground. This is their Instagram. This is a YouTube channel? Oh, here we go. The MMA Underground. I mean, what I'm seeing here is like a bunch of interviews. They're all old. Yeah. MMA Underground. It looks like he stopped uploading in like 2 years ago. Maybe, I guess this must not be the right one. I don't know. Link it in the Discord. I'll check it out. Are you a fan of Derek Moneyberg? I don't talk about Derek Moneyberg very much because he is very litigious. That means that he likes to file lawsuits about people who have negative things to say about him, and I don't have anything nice to say about him, so I don't talk about him so much. He completely changed my life. I'd be nothing without him. He's truly an amazing man, not a scammer whatsoever. Exactly. That's the exact right attitude to have. Charisma will get you laid no matter how ugly you are. I mean, there are limits to that, but in a general sense, you're not wrong. Utah, get me too. Hell yeah, dude. I have a fun story. Speaking of getting laid, I got a fun story involving Point Break. Oh my God, I haven't thought about that in so long. Holy shit. Wow. Memory unlocked. That's where you stole that from. He's at the market with that kid on I'm with Busey. Yeah, I'm with Busey. Exactly. Yeah, dude. I would love to have a whole Gary Busey soundboard. Brother, let's make... Are I'm with Busey episodes on YouTube? Because if they are, I could just like snag a whole bunch of them. But this is the whole thing. I need to figure out this issue with the sound routing. Because if I could have the sound from the audio from the fights and be able to play the soundboard as well, we would be so fucking golden around here. Somebody help me figure this out. Somebody smarter than me. I'm a Barbie girl is way more iconic in the world of MMA. It hypes the shit out of any card. These are legit facts. I know that you're trying to meme right now, but never ever disrespect Aqua in this chat. All right? I know you didn't go hard on them, and I know, I understand the perception, but Aqua is goated music. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm going a little bit overly hard on that, but your boy did see Aqua perform live, and it was an amazing concert. That first Aqua album is legitimately bangers. Roses Are Red. We've talked about this many times. Roses Are Red. Fantastic song by Aqua. My Oh My. Another fantastic song by Aqua. Do I have to keep going with the amazing music that Aqua has made? Do not get me started on the music that they made after that first album, people. Aqua is goated. Sorry. I'm just being factual. It's just called The Underground. Okay. They did a throwback for 300, I think was the last time I heard it, until 323. Okay, got you. Yeah, I thought that they did one on the actual broadcast, which is cool when they do that. If you look up UFC event number in a nutshell or UFC event number classic intro. Oh, got you. Okay, got you. Like I said, yeah, throw one in the Discord. I'll check it out. That's cool that you like him so much, though. He must be doing good stuff. Ray Borg walking out to shout at the devil. Great choice. Shit, why hasn't anybody walked out to that since this? That's a fantastic walkout song. Shout at the devil. I'm not even a big fan of Motley Crue, but that's a banger right there. That was Motley Crue, right? I think. Pretty sure. Shout at the devil. The Underground has good recaps called UFC. Yeah, got you. Oh, got you. That is seriously so corny that Moneyberg just sues everyone so people in the MMA scene are too scared to speak their minds about him except Strickland. Yeah, no, look. I mean, I'm memeing a little bit. I will certainly give my opinion. Yeah, he's allegedly, everything's alleged when I talk about him. But yeah, I mean, the perception that he has is exactly correct. I mean, this guy going out there and essentially buying his way into MMA, this is an opinion here, but I will give it. His live streams are creepy as fuck. I mean, not his live streams, his videos that he does, his interviews. I don't even know if you can really consider them interviews. The videos where it's him sitting looking at the camera and the person that he's interviewing is also sitting looking at the camera, where they're both like this. So, tell me about your life. Well, I started training MMA when I was 5 years old. Oh, that's interesting. And they both just never look at each other. It's like fucking bizarre. Yeah, no, Moneyberg, I am not a fan of that guy. I think that the perception that he has in this MMA sphere is exactly warranted. And the fact that he throws his weight around and puts lawsuits out on people, that's serious bitch shit. You know what I mean? That's talk about proving that you're a bitch. You know what I mean? Tell me you're a bitch without telling me you're a bitch. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of Strickland either, but when it comes to that, shout out to him, having the stones to stand up to that guy. And same with Mikey Musumeci. Little Mikey Moose don't play with that guy either. I'm with Busey is on YouTube. Let's fucking go. All right. Well, just know that all of your super chat donations are now going towards the Stream Deck Fund. We got a ways to go, but when we get there, Stream Deck on stream. I don't give a fuck. I'll watch the fights on mute if I have to. I would prank call restaurants with Gary Busey and Sling Blade soundboards. Let's go. Do they already have them? If they already have them pre-made, that would be awesome. I can just go rip them from there. You actually do like the song Barbie Girl? Call me corny, but that song is catchy as fuck. That song is goated. Barbie Girl is a great song. Unironic. I also love Barbie Girl. I'm telling you. You think I'm joking over here. Aqua makes legitimately good music. That first Aqua album is really good. The only song I don't like on there very much is Candyman. Other than that, it's a full album of bangers. And I am not lying when I said me and Vitz King went to see them live. And I still, for some reason, cannot find my shirt. I got a shirt at that show. You'll see Vitz King wearing his every once in a while. I don't know where it is. I guess it's in my closet, somewhere buried. But I got to find it because, yeah, I am a huge fan. Again, My Oh My is a fucking banger song. Lewis Smolka fighting. Yes, Smolka versus Borg. Yeah, I like Smolka and Borg. I think, did Borg finally retire, or is he still over there in one championship? Last time I saw him, I think he got a win. It's a while ago. I think that might have been the last time I watched a mainline one card. You're guessing he's about to get his ass whooped by Ray Borg? Could be. Oh, shoot. I need to... There you go. That's the fight we're watching. Moneyberg is a scamming phony who always has a sideways pussy. I dare you to sue me, Moneyberg. All right. That was Hydra speaking, not me. I was just reading what he said. Allegedly. Allegedly, he said... Allegedly, he has a sideways pussy. Can you prove that he has a sideways pussy in a court of law? Your Honor, I'd like to direct your attention to Exhibit A. This man has a sideways pussy. If you listen to my arguments here, I will systematically lead you to the only right conclusion. This man, pussy, sideways. These are facts. Titchery Dave. Good Lord, bro. You tell us, brother. You're the guy with the Filipina now. All right. Smolka on the ground. He ended up getting dropped. I don't even think it was him getting dropped. It looked like he kind of was trying to go for a takedown and didn't get it. Now, Borg with the Darce. Good position for it, too. He just needs to turn his body a little. Oh, there. Okay, transitions. Lets the Darce go. Takes the back. Rolls him over. I don't remember Borg having great ground game. Am I misremembering that? Oh, yeah. Oh, my bad. Borg is PFL. Excuse me. I said one championship, but no, Borg is PFL. I was thinking of John Lineker. That's who I saw get a win over in one. Yama, can you play some SD Kid in the background? It helps me stem. It'll probably get me copyright struck, so no, but you can always post it in the Discord and I'll let you know what I think. You know that. What's a Stream Deck cost? That's a good question. I think $130. Something like that. Let's see. Stream Deck. Yeah, Elgato Stream Deck. Let's see. What's it going for? Yeah, $120. We'll get you the standard, and then there's the like XL one that's like $200. I don't even need the XL, honestly. XL would be cool, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much. See how many donations come in. If it ends up being that 200 is there, then maybe I'll get the XL. But the standard is more than fine. That's like $120. Which country is Aqua from again? I believe Sweden. I want to say Sweden. I might be wrong. Aqua. Oh no, they are. They're from Denmark. Ha! I'm an idiot. There you go, Bloomis. Sorry, brother. I should have known. How the fuck did Borg keep this armbar position? What the fuck? Smolka was out of the armbar and Borg just held onto his arm and like now had him in this like downward pretzel. Oh, now Smolka with the leg lock. When was the last time we saw like a legit knee bar succeeding in the UFC? It's a good question. But yes, I apologize, Bloomis. How could I have forgotten that Aqua is from goated Denmark making banger music? That must be just like a thing. People from Denmark make great music. Runs in the national blood. I'm telling you guys, I'm not even like trying to hype it up because it's our song, but like when you hear the new theme song, you're going to be like, damn, that fucking slaps. It's really good. It's really, really good. You thought that the current Last Week's Fights theme song is good. You'll think that the new one is like that much better. It's so good. What do you think of Dricus? Dude was on a roll. Exciting finisher. Loses boring fight against Chimaev. Now everyone is counting him out. I'm not. I'm definitely not. I still like Dricus. I think that he obviously got a major flaw in his game exposed, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't come back and have great fights again. I just think he really, what I said after that loss is that he needs to change teams. Because he has a coach who's possibly almost as delusional as Ronda Rousey's coach. He's got a modern day Edwin Tarverdian for a coach. This coach was in here saying that, like, oh, we did everything we needed to do to train for Khamzat. Khamzat's not going to be a problem. If he wants to wrestle, we'll wrestle with Khamzat. We're not worried about that. And then what happens. So, yeah, I think that Dricus can absolutely come back. I think he needs to change camps. Yeah, I also see what Bloomis did there. That was a dumb mistake on my part. You only ever get the vertical ones? Man, how'd you swing that? You went straight to the actual Philippines and found the vertical. Bro was vertical streaming over there in a very literal sense. Oh, good Lord. You and Hydra love SD Kid? Throw it in the Discord. You know I will listen to it. Some of it I have liked more than others. Like I said, I liked Ian. Yama, you should be blacked out like a phantom. I mean, I almost exclusively wear black. So often I am blacked out like a phantom. Ooh, nice knee from Borg. Man, yeah, Ray Borg was good in his time. This is a good fight. These guys are both working for it. Do you remember the free Pimp C campaign they had back in the mid-2000s? Not as much as I remember the RIP Pimp C campaign. But yes, I do remember that Pimp C was locked up for a time in the 2000s as well. RIP to the Pimp. It really is a big loss. Lean is no joke, people. You know, all jokes aside. Tarverdian head movement, of course. Head movement! Head movement! Classic MMA meme. And then he fucked right the hell off. Always crazy about that. These like meme coaches who have like a star pupil and then that pupil gets exposed and they just fuck off into the ether. Not exactly apples to apples, but very similar to the GOAT, Joshua Fabia. Never forget, we hold one finger up to the sky around here for Joshua Fabia, people. Come on. If there's one thing that I regret is that Yama was not happening when Joshua Fabia was still in the sport. He was right when Yama was starting was when he was like just exiting. Because Joshua Fabia, good Lord, what a fucking story that was. Diego Sanchez, living a real life nightmare. SD Kid sounds like the sound Ryu makes when throwing fireballs. Hadouken! He rapping like this, though. I guess that's all I can imagine. Hadouken! Dricus and Yuri are some of my favorite fighters. They always go for the finish. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Borg with the arm triangle. Yeah, you weren't kidding, Chairway. Smolka getting worked over in this fight, even though he has been scrambling nicely. Yeah, back to his feet, but yeah, he is getting worked over. Ooh, that was a good toss from Smolka, but Borg right back on the offense. Minus head movement incoming for sure, yeah. Definitely negative head movement in a very literal sense. Houston Alexander, never forget, bro. That's your favorite MMA meme of all time? I actually, I've been sitting on it for so long. I really should just finish the script already. I have actually written a script for a video that would be a pretty in-depth video project if I actually undertook it. But I've been wanting to do this video forever, and it's actually about my favorite MMA meme of all time, the greatest MMA meme of all time. I won't spoil it for you, but I'm sure you'll know it if I said it, but I won't say it to spoil the surprise of the video if I actually do it. But I've been sitting on this script for like forever, and I just don't get around to finishing it, and I have no idea why. Probably because like the actual production of the video is like in depth, and it would be like a long video. But I still want to do it at some point because it deserves a video like I want to do about it. So anyway. I don't care if you pull your groin, George. Hit him with your groin. Classic. I miss Kimbo Slice. I remember sitting in the library in high school watching his backyard fights. Like, dang, that looks sick. Bro, same. Kimbo Slice forever, a Florida legend. Never get it twisted. I also had very similar experiences. I remember, shout out to the old homie, Justin. My boy Justin back in the day, man. Hope that guy's doing okay. I have not heard from him in a million years, but he was a great guy. One of my close friends at the time, and I remember sitting in his living room where the family computer was, and the two of us watching Kimbo Slice in the backyard. It was the fight where he was fighting next to the boat. Never will I forget that. And I remember saying to him at the time, I was like, damn, this dude's in Florida? Because, like, I was living in South Florida at the time. Like, he was not far from me. So it was like, God damn, this kind of thing is happening in my backyard? Crazy. So, yeah. Forever a legend in Florida, Kimbo Slice. No matter what his career was like after when he was actually in, legitimate MMA. Like, we get down in Florida. That's why I'm such a big fan of Dan Hooker and his backyard fight series that he does. It harkens back to an era of combat sports that you're kind of hard pressed to even call it combat sports. It's literally just people fighting in a backyard. Let's fucking go. You know what I mean? Like, that's the genesis. These are the roots. In some way, or even not necessarily the same as the roots like Valley Tudo, but they still hold a very specific place in the history of mixed martial arts, I would say. So I will always have love for Kimbo Slice. And same with Jorge Masvidal. Jorge Masvidal, for whatever I felt about him cold cocking Colby in the street, Jorge Masvidal, also a Florida legend. A Florida legend whose bare knuckle MMA promotion was fantastic, and I really wish that they would bring it back. Shout out to Shane Shaolin Campbell, who actually landed a Hadouken in a fight. Only one that wasn't fixed anyways. How could he, he legitimately hit the palms out? If you got a clip of that, I would love to see that. Didn't Kimbo beat the shit out of Houston Alexander? Did he? Is your favorite MMA meme, I'm going to beat you into the living death? No, that's a great one. That is the intro to Yama. So that's not it. What events do you live stream? I know you do UFC, but what else? I do all different ones. Basically, like, I just try to find ones that are for free on YouTube so that you guys can watch along. But so far, we have done Acesso. Well, so we've done UFC, we've done PFL, way back PFL. So UFC, PFL. I've done one championship with Vitz King in the past, but haven't done it in a while. Obviously mostly UFC. UFC is the primary one, of course, but so we've done UFC, PFL, one championship. We've done Acesso MMA down there in Brazil. We've done FFC in Peru and bare knuckle. We've done bare knuckle MMA, bare knuckle boxing, BKFC. I think that's it for right now. Oh, Karate Combat as well. So yeah, I just bounce around. I just try to find cool stuff and whatever's on. Hopefully, if it's free on YouTube, that's what I try to do so that you guys can watch along too. But now that I have Fight Pass, I'll occasionally do the Fight Pass ones as well. It really is just time-wise, whatever's on. So if you have requests, I mean, again, if it's not stuff that I have to pay for, I mean, like I will still pay for certain ones, like Ryzen, obviously we're going to do. But generally, I prefer them to be stuff that's on YouTube. But depending on how much the pay-per-view is and how much interest there is, I'm open to anything. Oh, and we've also done the CJI and UFC BJJ. I preferred MMA over anything, but I love Muay Thai and kickboxing. I would love to do Glory at some point. So really, it's just whatever. It's whatever's on. Like if I had woken up at 7 o'clock this morning, I would have done the Muay Thai. Nobody beat the shit out of anybody in Kimbo versus Houston Alexander, one of the all-time worst fights. Okay, fair. I don't think that might not be one that I saw then. I only saw the one, I think, back in the day, and then I've seen clips of other ones. I'd like to go back and watch all of those, actually. That'd be fun. Maybe we could do that at some point. Those got to be free out there, right? Kimbo's fights? Him versus Gannon? It's got to be out there. I don't know. Maybe the UFC owns that, too. I don't know what they have the rights to. There's someone like that in Florida. Yes, thinker. Kimbo would only exist in Florida. Good point, Hydra. That is a good point. Again, kindred spirits with the GOAT Dan Hooker. This is why I appreciate when I heard that Dan Hooker had bikies out there with fucking ankle monitors on fighting in his promotion. I was like, Dan Hooker is a fucking real one. Dan Hooker, the goddamn man for that shit. Also, we went big deal today, bro. We got the carton of goldfish now. We've upgraded. No worries about opening the box on these. These things always open correctly. They should for the amount that they fucking cost. Yeah, Ray Borg getting a nice solid win out of that one, even if it did go to decision. Remember when Masvidal was on those backyard fights and they called him Ponytail? His fights, he's fighting some way bigger dude, was supposed to lose and won instead? Yeah, absolutely I do. Damn, they 30-26'd my boy over here. Smolka got smoked. Look it up now? Well, I mean, I'm doing a watch along. I don't want to look it up now. This is a good one. Dirty Bird versus Cowboy Olives. Yeah, that was earlier. Yeah, we already watched that one. Where fucking Tim Means disqualified himself on purpose. Got a no contest out of it, whatever. The fact that they said that it was unintentional illegal knees, excuse me. They said it was unintentional illegal knees, and then Tim Means came out and said, no, they were intentional. Hilarious. Do some RAF. Yes, KK boy, we are going to do RAF. Don't let me forget. You donated for RAF. You've been asking for it. We will do RAF. I just need to find out how to find it. If I have to pay for a month of Fox Nation, I guess I'll do it. How much is it? How much does Fox Nation cost? Because if I can do it monthly and it's like $12, then $12 for the price of one pay-per-view is okay. Fox Nation cost? Holiday sale. $3 a month for the holiday sale. Oh my God. When is the next one? Oh, that's for the annual. $9. Okay. I will do 1 month of Fox Nation. As much as it hurts my heart to give Fox any money, I will do it for you because you are the man and you donated for it. Hey, look at young Max Holloway, another dude who hasn't aged very much. Hey, Travis Barker. He was in Blink 182. The fight doesn't last. Yeah, well, we just talked about that. You used to keep up with Glory. Shame we're not getting Rico in UFC. I thought we are getting Rico in UFC. Yeah, they just announced that. Yeah, Rico Verhoeven. A name that I am recently familiar with because he got spat upon by Jamal Ben Sadek. I knew the name from covering Jamal Ben Sadek and his recent legal troubles. Wash your goldfish with some Soylent. I have no interest in Soylent, bro. Soylent, I don't know. There's something gross about that. That or like whatever that green stuff is, Essential Greens or whatever that were sponsoring YouTube videos for a little while. Like, I'm good on that shit. I've heard some of that stuff is not bad, but I'm all right. Going big tonight with the carton of goldfish. You know what maybe Thinker is, Unk? Bro, I'm telling you, dude. No, Thinker is broke. That's what's happening right now. We go in for the big goldfish when the big goldfish are 2 for 1. Yeah. 2026 is the year of Get Money. Get Money Matt is making a big comeback in 2026. Your stream restarted for some reason? Oh, the UFC stream did? That sucks. Still going fine for me. Beeb, what's up, brother? Beeb, Rick Allen has 1 testicle. Rick Allen and his 1 testicle were in the chat earlier. Where were you? Where were you earlier? Doesn't matter. You're here now. Good to see you, brother. Don't get it twisted. I actually talked about Beeb earlier when I was saying that Beeb came into the chat with some funny trolling and I laughed at it because it was funny. And that's how I knew that Beeb was the man. And now he still to this day is the man. The legitimate GOAT. Never mistake that. You and Dave both love Soylent. Rico versus Gon. Yeah, that has been rumored. What are your thoughts on the Aspinall eye poke? Do you think he milked it and wasn't as bad as he says? Go watch the Yama episode that I did about it. In fact, if you have not watched the Yama episode about it, god damn it, go watch the fucking Yama episodes because that's what I started this fucking channel for, and I feel like no one ever watches them. But yes, on this channel that is called Yelling About Mixed Martial Arts, aka Yama, there is a show called Yama. So go back in the video section. I forgot what I called that. Forgot what the name of the episode was, but yeah, the most recent Yama episode is all of my thoughts on that. It raises your estrogen and made you develop the Soylent does? Is that legit? Soylent raises estrogen levels? I didn't think that Soylent actually had soy in it. Is that what it is? All right, well, I'll find out about that on the other side of this. Let me take a quick break here. Go refresh myself before this next fight starts. On the other side of the break, Dong Hyun Kim versus Tarek Safadine coming in. So, as you always know, my friends, quickest breaks in all of MMA live streaming with your boy. So make sure you do not go anywhere. I will be right back in 2 literal shakes, and we will get back to business. Just like that, we are back. Come on, people. What did I tell you about the quickness? Your boy rocking the thickness, pissing with the quickness. Cut it with the bitch shit. And you want to talk about unk foods. Your boy had to go even more unk style with the goated whole cashews. Oh, let me tell you something, people. I love a cashew like nobody's business, but it must be a whole cashew. Whole cashews or bust. Nothing like it. You started drinking Soylent last year. Has anyone noticed the new bottles are like impossible to open? Did they change something about it? Oh, you actually do drink Soylent? How's the taste? You heard a rumor they didn't offer Rico enough money. Didn't hear the announcement. Yeah. I think that has been made official about Rico Verhoeven. Is that what gave you gyno? You thought it was the breast pump? Good Lord. Keep that thing away. Favorite Reddit post ever? Oh, is that a meme? I don't know. I'm out of the loop, I suppose. You've been working a lot? No problem, brother. Clean Iron Maiden shirt? I love this shirt. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The Flight of Icarus. Got this shirt at an Iron Maiden concert. I think I probably told that story before, but yeah. Saw them in Sunrise, Florida. Had an entire finger go knuckle deep past his eyeball, and you ask if Tom was milking it. I mean, poked didn't look good. As I said, watch the video for all of my opinions on it. I do a lot of yelling in that one. Goal for 2026 is to get James a Yama piss bucket. Bro, I would not be pissing in my streaming area. Anybody who does that, dude, look, I am dedicated to the craft and the process of streaming. Any streamer who is pissing into a bucket, they've gone off the deep end, bro. I don't even like eating on stream. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hope you're doing well and being safe and staying awesome. Beeb, I hope the exact same thing for you. I hope all that work that you're doing is going well for you, brother. Yeah, Tarek Safadine, yeah. Yeah. Versus Dong Hyun Kim. You know, old school. Love cashews. Yes, cashews are goated. Absolutely. Macadamia nuts also goated. Blue miss what? 1 minute, 8 seconds? We need to get that to under a minute. Actually, technically, I guess it was under a minute because I still had to go over to the kitchen to get the cashews. So, you know, we're going to get that time down. We need to see just how, like, what's the limit break on that, you think? What is the literal fastest that I could possibly make it to the bathroom, have the piss, and get back here? I would say probably if I really was... the problem is getting the stream to start. If we're really thinking about this scientifically. The problem would be, like, getting to the bathroom, turn the chair. I have to turn the chair... I'd have to back up, turn the chair. No, can't turn this way because I got a light over here. So I got to turn this way, but then I got to go boom like that. I got to go like one swift motion. But you turn the chair. I can probably make it to the bathroom in probably, I'd say maybe 4 to 5 seconds. But then getting the stream going, coming back, I'd say that realistically I could probably do it in 38 seconds would be my fastest, I think. And that's what we must strive towards. Safety was good back in the day. I know the name. I don't remember like seeing him fight very much, but I definitely remember the name, so I'm sure that I did see him fight. Obviously, I saw this card, so I must have. A catheter is pretty cheap. I'd prefer not to have to... I'd prefer not to use a catheter until I have to, you know? Have you ever had ostrich? I've never had... I've heard ostrich steaks are amazing. They sure look amazing. I've never had it, but I would try it. Yeah, I would try it. Again, I'm sure it's about how you prepare it. He said, I don't even like eating on stream while reviewing Danish snacks. Okay, well, that's a little bit different. That's what the express purpose of eating on stream. Trust that I loved that. You did us good on the second go around too. I mean, both of them were great. But I really enjoyed both. I mean, both of them had their strong points. I always forget the name of the one that I really liked. The one with the wafer thing. But that one was my favorite. The wafer, and it had the chocolate in the middle. Oh, man, so good. All those, man, yeah, you guys have good chocolate over there. Nate versus Dustin at the White House. Anyone else want to see this? I mean, sure, if we're dragging old, retired guys out of the nursing home, you know what I mean? That's the same as like saying that you want to see John Jones versus Stipe on the White House card. Not exactly the same, but I mean, not too far off. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sure. If we're just picking names that you people might know just because they might know them, then yeah, then if you do it that way, then you're going to get Ronda Rousey versus Gina Carano. Nick versus TRT Cerrone. Why do you want to see Nick fight again? After the fight with Robbie Lawler, why would you ever want to see Nick fight again? And I mean, I'm not like hating on Nick. Nick has been going through all kinds of personal problems and stuff. I hope he gets better. But like, I don't need, after seeing him fight Robbie Lawler, I definitely don't need to see him fight again. You love the Dansk? The Danske? Cheeseburgers in a can? What is that? Danske? Oh, it's a Copenhagen thing? Knoppers. Yes, Knoppers is exactly what I was talking about. God, I don't know why I can never remember that. I need to use a mnemonic device. Knoppers rhymes with Whoppers. It's not Whoppers, it's Knoppers. Yeah, not Whoppers, Knoppers. What's the Danish candy I like? It's not Whoppers, it's Knoppers. It's actually a legit, decent mnemonic device. Rousey versus Carano, surprise co-main event at Ryzen. Let's go, bro. They sometimes spring some shit on you out of nowhere. Brother, I mean, I really hope that this Ryzen card lives up to the hype. But either way, I'm going to have fun with it, dude. I can't wait. I'm just the fact that we're just doing Ryzen at all, I'm really looking forward to it. Is there commentary in English? That's a good question. You can get Knoppers on Amazon. Oh, shit, dude. Don't tell me that. I might actually do that. Trust your boy does not need to do that right now. If you could hear the massive amount of jiggle that is being slapped when I smack my blubber. Nick is your favorite fighter. Close second is Chuck. I mean, fair enough, bro, but you got to acknowledge that, like, now it's not, you know. It's not the times have changed, you know? Sir, I believe it's pneumonia device. No, that's what kept us inside for 2020 to 2022. Those pneumonia devices coming over from China in the Wuhan lab. I believe Ryzen does have English commentary. Okay. Cool. I mean, it wouldn't matter. I mean, I'll still just listen to it. I'm honestly, like, part of me is like cool just listening to commentary in other languages because it's fun to hear how, like, you know what's going on even if you can't understand what's going on, you know? Oh, yeah, Chase, I hope that you're out there every time that you're streaming, shouting me out as much as I've been shouting you out because I've been sending people over to your stream left and right telling them that they need to go and hang out with the homie Chase Parton and watch the one championship fights on Friday mornings. You've been getting a lot of promo today. I'm going to go scrub through your streams and be like, where's my shout out? TJF shouted out Yama in the music. What have you done for me lately? I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm joking. I look forward to it every year. Only one stinker, I think, out of the 9 so far. Okay, hey, cool. Good deal. They have Aussies in a box commentating for us. Damian Brown usually does it. Okay, cool. Excellent. Love it. We got Chase coming in hot. Hell yeah, dude. Chase always comes in hot. It is true. Chase Barton brings an energy to every stream. It is true. You don't know what Chase goes through sometimes, people. Like, legitimately, Chase is a rider, bro. Chase puts, he you know, rain or shine. I really legitimately could not ask for a better co-host for the podcast. You should learn Japanese just so you can watch this Ryzen card. I will get right on that. Maybe between now and 3 days from now, I can get enough to fully understand what's going on. Konnichiwa. There you go. Step 1. Taken care of. Fax James does shout CP out. Yeah, I mean, why not? Of course. Chase does great streams. Chase with the early bird fights. You know this. It is great. I'm telling you, legit, my friend or not. Like, I mean, I really do love just like, if I am around and able to do it, I love getting up, watching those one fights in the morning. You know, because my morning routine, I know you didn't ask this, but I'll tell you anyway, while we're watching Dong Hyun Kim versus Turek Safady over here. My morning routine is always very similar on most days. Cat wakes me up around 6:30, 7 o'clock usually. So I get up, I feed the cat, I get myself a Nutri-Grain bar. That is my breakfast every single day. Try to keep it to one a day. Another reason why I got a little extra fat going on now, because I love those fucking things. Only sweets that I ever really eat. But I have myself my Nutri-Grain bar in the morning. And then generally, I'll either go back to sleep if I still have some time, you know, depending on how early the cat wakes me up. I'll go back to sleep for a little while, or I just start the day at 7. And I have myself my Red Bull. I start whatever work I need to get done. I'll go back and forth between work early in the morning just to get rolling into the day before I'm like deep into my work. I open up whatever I need to do, and then I come over and play a couple video games just to get my brain going. Because I play Minion Masters, and I find that Minion Masters is a good way to wake myself up. It's low stakes, fast games, not a lot of brain power needed, but it's enough stimulation to get me going while I'm drinking my Red Bull. So I'll do that, play a couple video games just real quick, 30 minutes, 25 minutes, whatever it is, just a small amount of time. Get the stuff open on the computer, usually have a YouTube video running while I do that. Get into the day. And then once I'm in the day, it's just go, go, go. And sometimes I'm back and forth with video games. Occasionally. So within that, one championship fights on Friday mornings fits in so perfectly. Because I'll put the one championship fights on. Instead of YouTube videos, I'll put Chase on the computer. And then I play my video game. I listen to I watch the fights while, I'm going to go back and forth. I listen to Chase's chat. I type some shit into the chat. It could not be better. You don't know the goon bags Chase has to drink to provide hot takes like Peyton Talbot taking down Cejudo deserves 0 pats on the bottom. I mean, I'm not going to lie, Chase with the spicy take every once in a while. That's his right to do so. This is coming from the guy who believes the things that Bryce Mitchell says. But yes, Chase does indeed like his Aussie foot wine and his White Claws. Truly manly drinks if I have ever seen them. Nutri-Grain bar and a Red Bull for breakfast. Championship mindset is key. Bro, this is legit. This is absolutely legitimate facts. That's on a daily basis. Yep, there you go. Didgeridoo Dave knows it to be true, too. The morning routine, it makes me feel like the modern version of when dudes would sit at the diner eating breakfast and reading the newspaper. That's my updated 2025 going into 2026 version of it, Because obviously I'm not going to read a newspaper. It's antiquated. I don't drink coffee, so I'm not going to drink coffee. But I like having a routine when I wake up. Cat's always going to wake me up no matter what. Yamacat is firmly committed to being a nuisance every morning. Never a day goes by where I could ever sleep past the cat alarm. So, get up, start the routine, and the routine works for me. Ooh, yo, they're swinging now. Donghyun Kim landing a nice shot on Safadine there. Ooh, nice kick from Safadine. It's a good fight. Chase is a believer too. No, Chase is not a believer too. Well, fair enough. Good to see you have your priorities in order there, Chairway. The manliest drink is whiskey with the blood of your fallen enemies on the rocks. These are true facts. Chael Sonnen drinks that exclusively, regardless of his sponsorship with whatever coffee company it is. Bad Guy Inc. or whatever, you know, his coffee. He makes coffee for weaker men. Ugh, couldn't even imagine drinking whiskey at this point in my life, man. It sounds so gross. I never did understand that, like, that aspect of things where it's like manliness is equating to drinking motor oil. Like, why? Men are not allowed to like fruity drinks? Men just aren't allowed to have fruits, I guess. Fellas, is it gay to eat fruits? What's the gayest fruit? These are the questions. Nice knee from Kim. Starfruit is gay? Okay. I'm clocking. I don't know if I've ever had starfruit, just like by itself. Whiskey is good when I buy the absolute cheapest local stuff and slug it from the bottle. I mean, that's the only way that I would ever drink, like, most of anything. Again, I never really drank for taste. Chase is entitled to his opinion. He doesn't share those opinions, though, brother. Bryce and I are coming from historical record. Bryce is coming from the Bible. If you're considering the Bible historical record, then I have sad news for you, friend. The Bible is possibly one of the worst historical records that there ever has been. With the amount of times that it's been written and rewritten and how many hands that it has changed over from. Public school education gives you no context for war. Okay, and then, of course, yeah, it goes back to, of course, the Jews running everything. Gotcha. Understood. Gayest fruit is strawberry. Gayer than starfruit? Where's the fruit tier list? Wine is cool guy. Specifically the Australian foot wine. When I used to drink, I used to buy the highest ABV beer for the cheapest price. Yes, same. That's why I was very well acquainted with natural ice. Brother, I would probably vomit instantly if I tasted natty ice right now. Yeah, your boy used to drink a lot of natty ice. If I was feeling fancy, it'd be Miller Lite. Coors Light always used to make me puke, but I would drink that occasionally. You drink Hurricanes, the fucking tall ass, the fucking tall ass fruity drinks. Steel Reserve, there was one. Oh my God, Steel Resi, bro. Jesus Christ, that stuff was so bad. Steel Reserve. Oh my God. A fucking warm Steel Reserve That is the grossest fucking thing on the planet. Oh my God. You drink your wine like a Greek god. We know this to be true. Where does White Claw fit into the Greek god aspect of things? Vegetables only, all fruit is gay? Okay. Yeah, 211s, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Steel Reserve, for sure. If you're not divorced yet, drinking Natty Ice, you will be soon. Not if you get a woman who knows what good beer is. Not if you get a woman of culture. God, could you imagine if you end up fucking finding a woman who also drinks Natty Ice? You are in deep, deep trouble. I think that's what happened to King Cobra. Again, I ask, what actually happened to King Cobra? Oh, you meant Chase's opinion about Talbot? Yeah, of course. The same leeway that I extend to everyone gets extended more, of course, to Chase, quite obviously. White Claw is right above a drink with an umbrella, but under a Corona Light. Gotcha. Interesting. That's interesting placement on the tier list. Under umbrella drink. So umbrella drink. And then so you're saying that like gayest is the toppest? Like gayest is the toppest. So like the most gay is top. So umbrella drink, White Claw, and then Corona. Yeah, that tracks. You're going to go home and have a Coors Light. That's a Coors Light because Bud don't want to pay me nothing. And hell, I might even get on top of my wife tonight. Yeah. Classic. You know they cut that out of the replay? If you go and watch that event on Fight Pass, that's not there. What's Bryce's worst take so far? Ooh, probably the Hitler one. To be perfectly honest. I mean, again, you know, you blow the load so early, but it's like, you know, how can you top that? You know, it's like, I think Chairway really kind of said it best where he was like, you know, Bryce fucking, he went for the prestige he opened the show with his closer. You know what I mean? Did Ghislaine Maxwell's father not own the publishing company that supplies school textbooks? I know that he was in publishing. Is that what they published? Martini is pretty gay. I think Martini is only gay because of the glass, though. Because really, a martini by itself is like, you know, not in and of itself. There's no like fruit to it. I think it's literally just because the shape of the glass is like vaginal. Maybe I'm getting too deep into the psychology of it, but I do think that there's some validity there. He drank over 5 times the recommended amount of alcohol daily. Oh, King Cobra. When his girlfriend came to Casper, she gave him mystery pills that were almost certainly opioids, died sleeping of organ failure caused by substance abuse and poor diet. Damn. He also smoked tobacco daily and would smoke spice when he could get it. Oh, good Lord, man. R.I.P. to the king. Hate to see it. Look at that old school Pantene commercial with Rhonda in it. This would be the event where all of Rhonda's sponsorships ended. Yeah. that really sucks. That really sucks about King Cobra. Are they investigating the girlfriend? I mean, I guess what can you really do, right? You know, but I think that if you supply someone with drugs that kills them, then that's like that's a chargeable offense. In some American states, he does own the publishing company, but not in Canada, at least. Oh, for Maxwell? I mean, fair enough. But so, like, is there undeniable proof that like he is influencing the stuff that goes into the textbooks? And again, that would mean that like every single person at the organization is all in it together. This is the problem with conspiracies in general, is that like you can barely get people to like cooperate for anything, but you mean to tell me that like all of these people are all cooperating to conspire to change the entire planet. And it's always the Jews. It's amazing. Come back. I don't know why that one always turns off, even though I said it to not turn off. A mojito is pretty gay. Mojito is mid gay, I would say. I don't think mojito is like it's borderline, you know? Like mojito is like bi-curious. No, gin is definitely not gay. Gin and tonic was the drink of Frank Sinatra, sir. Then there's nothing gay about that. Looking up John Lineker, he actually had a good run after losing to TJ. Homie still fought in 2025. That's why I was saying that. Yeah, I had mistaken Ray Borg when I had said that he fought in one championship. I was thinking of John Lineker, and yeah, John Lineker, I believe he's still active in one championship. No investigation of anything. The pills were about a month before his death, but it sent him into a noticeable and rapid decline for his final month. God damn. Was he making content up until the end? If he was, man, that's RIP to a real one. Bryce's worst take is immediately condemning Ilia Topuria and believing not just a woman, but a woman from Miami. There's legitimacy to that, though. I mean, look, we don't know the truth of it. I would suspect that there's probably not much truth to it, especially since like all of what has come out has not put her in a very good light based on the information that we do know. But we don't know the facts either way. And what really sells your point with that, Chairway, is the fact that Bryce came out and emphatically and immediately condemned Ilia Topuria when he's standing next to John Jones at the inauguration smiling for photographs. So, yeah, that certainly was a bad take. Juniper berries are gay? Debatable. Gin and juice? Snoop Doggy Dog? Nothing gay about that. You never had gin before? Gin was my drink of choice for a long time. A little Bombay Sapphire? A little Tanqueray? Yeah. I always said that gin tasted like drinking a tropical flower. So maybe it is gayer than I thought. Miami women are the best. Be careful, brother. That's Dr. White Claw to you. His final video was a 2-minute vid in his chair complaining of terrible shooting pains in his organs, but we're going to get through this. Oh, man. Shuts it off before going to die alone. Going out like a real soldier. Going out on his shield. That sucks, man. That really does suck. R.I.P. to the king. Long live the king. It's the woman's birthday, so we're heading to the Twisted Crab for a seafood boil. Nice, brother. Hope rest of everyone's day goes good. Yeah, hey, Savage, have a great time, dude. When's your next live stream, Thinker? Tuesday for Monday. Monday will be the podcast. Monday night, 10 o'clock. Actually, Chase, 10 or 11. Either 10 or 11 o'clock. Monday night will be the next stream. And then, yes, Tuesday night at 11 p.m. will be the Ryzen stream. So, yeah, we've got a lot going on. That's why I might end up taking off tomorrow just to, take a little bit of time off because I've been streaming a whole hell of a lot. But we'll see. Who knows? I am not confirming that tomorrow is an off day. We'll have to see. Makes me want to cry. It is sad. It's really sad. It's legitimately sad. Hate to see it. Speaking of sad, here's a man who threw his life away as well, TJ Dillashaw. At least threw his career away. How sick would it be if Ilya's ex started dating Armin? At least Sarukian will treat her right. Sarukian will not treat her right. Sarukian is a little bitch. You've never said the Jews. You keep saying that yourself. Okay, fair enough. You to your credit, you are right. You have never said that outright. I do give you credit for that. Just check out coal in Auschwitz. I started looking into it thanks to a Jewish guy. I mean, all right, I'll check it out if you want me to, but, I've never said it, but you've implied it, is what I'm saying. But I do appreciate that you've never come out right and said that. I don't know. I mean, are you aware that I am Jewish, by the way, Chairway? I don't know if you did know that or not. I don't know if that changes your perception of everything. I'm not practicing. I'm more of an atheist. I think all religion is ridiculous. However, I still identify as a Jew because of exactly the shit that you guys believe. I am not running the world. I am making $7 today from the generosity of the chat. So, I say that to say, I think a lot of people benefit from actually interacting with more people and not making boogeymen out of people and cultures that you probably interact with regularly and just don't know it or self-segregate from and would be completely fine with on a regular basis. All right. Lineker versus Dillashaw is underway. R.I.P. John Lineker in this fight. You'll come back better than ever in one championship. Gin and juice with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Goddamn right. Never marry a Miami woman. I mean, bro. Don't get it twisted. There are some fine people in Miami. Not all women from Miami are Miami women, but Miami women are a thing. Should be 10? Okay, cool. Thanks, Jess. Who passed that you guys are talking about? King Cobra JFS, the YouTuber, some would say lol cow, and legendary content creator. Nice high kick that got caught by Lineker. Kicks it down opponent by Dillashaw like a real dirt ball, but they fight on. Gin and Jews, exactly. That's what I was when I was still drinking. TJ is one of my favorite fighters, but I agree, threw it away. Absolutely. He was one of my favorite fighters. That's why I'm so critical of him. I used to love his fights. And you see it in this fight. I mean, you can see the speed on display. Like, what I like about TJ Dillashaw is his control of his speed. There, perfect example, that takedown he just beautifully timed double leg that he just effortlessly got. He had such a masterful control of when to turn on and off his speed. Like, he would be able to pivot so quickly into explosive movement. He was so great with his fast twitch. Like, his fast twitch muscles were unparalleled. We know why, mostly probably because of EPO. I'm hearing all this crap about Miami women being the worst, but there's thousands of women there. At least some of them have to be okay. Exactly, Meat Rocket. I mean, yes, like I said, not all women in Miami are Miami women. That makes sense. Money, money, money. Yeah, I'd like some. Like, again, another stereotype that I don't understand where it all comes from, considering that your boy is not wealthy. So this means Thinker doesn't have a foreskin. Well, this changes my fandom. Damn, if that's enough to change the fandom. Shit, dude. I mean, trust that both of us are not happy about that. Yeah, exactly. So I don't understand, like, where this comes from. This, like, homogenous boogeyman that, like, people make Jewish people out to be. Them fancy lights in the background tell me James is loaded with cash and gold. Yes, I have yet to receive my Jew gold. Still waiting for that. Would have thought it would have come with the bar mitzvah. Did all that Torah study for nothing. I like my lights in the background. On a scale from 1 to starfruit, how gay are the lights in the background? We're going to be playing Spot the Gay all stream. It's definitely not as gay as the bisexual lighting that, like, a lot of YouTubers do. So at least I didn't go that route. The blue and pink that all these YouTubers have. It's kind of a cool look. I don't dislike the look, but when somebody referred to it as bisexual lighting, I couldn't unhear it. Damn, Dillashaw was really in prime form in this fight, dude. Oh, is that a body kick? I hope that was a body kick. Linker didn't react to it like a nutshot. Lots of the richest folk involved in the New World Order, are Zionist/communist. Hitler was vilified. The same reason Gaddafi was. Same reason JFK was murdered. Okay. So who makes up the New World Order then? Hey, Bloomis with the $10 super chat. Brother, appreciate it. I don't care if Thinker is Jewish, Muslim, Christian, or whatever. He's the man, so come at me. Hey, Bloomis, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You are the man. Obviously, to get to me, you got to get through Bloomis. I don't make the rules. Blue and pink are my favorite colors. My friends always tell me I'm wearing a trans flag. Well, obviously, you are an ally in your color choice. Chi wee wee to you, Bloomis. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate that. Thinker worships MMA, nothing else? Yeah. I mean, That's probably not too far off. What do I worship? I don't really worship much, I would say. Like, what do you call, like, consider real? Maybe the media that I consume, I guess you could say I maybe worship to an extent if you want to, like, get philosophical about it. I guess film, you know? I guess I have a level of worship for the art of filmmaking. Yeah. Film, MMA, pinball. Gracias, senor, indeed. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por todo. Por toda. Para toda? Muchas gracias. Para. Por todo. I'm pretty sure. My Spanish. I really need to get back on like a Duolingo or whatever. My 2 years of college level Spanish just languishing. I need a big booty Latina. This needs to happen. 2026. Come on, people. 2026 needs to be the year of the big booty Latina. I need to up my Spanish game. TJ Dillashaw just grinding Lineker on the ground right now. How much EPO do you think is in TJ's system at this point? Put that shit on stream? What do you mean? I don't know what you're referring to, Bloomis, but anything I do with a big booty Latina is going to be in the privacy of my own home, off camera, unless she wants that. We can make a movie. Let me be your manager. Zionists and communists? Well, when you say Zionists, what are you referring to exactly with Zionists? Is it anybody who believes that the state of Israel should exist? Like, what is the definition? Because I feel like that word has been co-opted. Lineker taunting from the ground. He's trying to, but, I mean, he's getting fucking demolished. TJ on one knee. Just hammer fisting. Yama worships big booty Latina's brother. There is definite truth to that. That is, see, we can come to some legitimate common ground with that one. I have, and I will again. Oh, man. Brother. If I could go through the long list of Latin ladies that I have had the pleasure of knowing in my life. It's extensive. That was the first time I ever got my heart truly broken, was by a big booty Latina. Important. I think it's important to have one big solid heartbreak early on in life. Yes, Bloomis is the GOAT. Absolutely. As are you, Beeb. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much, by the way. I mean, really. Support's been amazing. That's how you know you guys are the realest of real ones. Like, I didn't even have to talk about the super chats. You guys just do it. That's the level of homie that we have around here. Do me a favor and super chat my guy. Bro, never required. Never required. Again, RIP to the legend, JFS. What did the JFS stand for? Was that his initials? Again, I never really, I didn't get like too deep into like his lore or content, but I knew of him. I always thought he was funny. I mean, just like interesting, I guess. I can understand why he was a lolcow, but of the lolcows out there, he was probably one of the more stable ones, I would think. Maybe. I don't know. Do like a lolcow tier list. Who's the most unstable lolcow? Probably Chris Chan, right? All right, round 3 underway here. TJ Dillashaw just running this fight. EPO just bursting through every vein in his body. But he's so masterful in this fight. It is crazy. Like, the context now, similar to the Alex Garcia fight, really. Like, knowing the context now, having future knowledge, it's so crazy to watch back because, like, he's so good. Like, I'm telling you, TJ Dillashaw used to be one of my absolute favorite fighters. Way before Yama. Nice kick up top. Finally, decent hand from Lineker. And another Jesus, with these easy double legs. I mean, there's got to be some criticism of Lineker on that a little bit, man. He's just getting double legged out of nowhere. Back to his feet. Yeah, I feel you, Chairway. I really do think that, like, a lot of the MMA world, like, once we all found out about TJ Dillashaw, it was like a major letdown. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, bro, goddamn, dude. Because if you trace it all the way back to Renan Barão, you know what I mean? Like, trace it back to that, like, what he did there. People forget. Renan Barão is like a forgotten figure in MMA, but, like, if you recall Renan Barão and what he was doing and what TJ Dillashaw accomplished in beating Renan Barão, like, that was a major, major accomplishment. And then the run that he was just on after that, before you knew what an absolute piece of shit he is. Way before he ended the career of his teammate. Sure, you know that story. RIP to that guy's career. Real absolute dirtball move on Dillashaw's part there. TJ was slick as fuck. I'm telling you, dude. It's what I was saying before. Like, it bears repeating. The thing that I love the most about TJ Dillashaw is the ability that he has to manage his speed. He is extremely fast. His accuracy was also very good. But it's the fact that he could be slow, and then just on a dime start with this rapid motion. The fast twitch muscles that he had such a masterful control of. It just made him so lethal. You were kind of wishing the thinker was a Scientologist instead. That would have been awesome. I mean, it only would have been awesome if I had enough money to make it up into the upper echelons and then become one of the elites of it. And then get a great career in Hollywood out of it. Shit, dude. If it would get one of my screenplays sold, I might consider it. Calf slicer? Fucking calf slicer? No way he gets this. No way. Nah, I think Lineker's good. All right, yeah, Lineker's good. Balls on Dillashaw for attempting a fucking calf slicer like that. Damn. Yeah, I totally forgot this fight. Good Lord. TJ was in rare fucking form in this fight. You don't even know what Zionists are now. That's how muddied the waters are, and you want me to tell you all about it. You don't even have to be Jewish to be a commie/Zionist. No, I know what the definition of Zionist was. What I'm saying is that I believe that people of the mindset that you are espousing have co-opted the term and morphed it into something that it wasn't before. So I'm asking you to define it as you see it. What do you mean when you say Zionist in your interpretation of things? That's what I'm asking, because I know what a Zionist is. But again, language changes and people turn it into things that it wasn't before. How tall is Lineker? Bro looks like a fire hydrant, yo. I mean, how tall was Dillashaw? He got to be like, what, 5'7", maybe? 5'8"? Not even. Yeah, like 5. I would say 5'7". I don't know. Shorter than that? I couldn't be too far off. John Lineker. John Lineker is listed as, oh God, 5'3". I was way off. Holy shit. 5'3". Good Lord. He did the exact right thing by going over to one championship. Can we stop talking about politics and shit? Sure. I mean, we can talk about whatever. We'll save it for the next Bryce stream. Yep, Dillashaw wins that thing pretty easily. He must have been on a good cycle, too, because no gyno. Who was administering his EPO, I wonder? Looking at his chest, I mean, he really doesn't have any of the symptoms. No acne either. That's how you know he was a real dirtball, because he was really doing everything he could to hide it. Haven't seen the Bryce streams yet. Is he really a guy I would want to go fishing with? Sure. Yeah. Again, this is the thing about Bryce. Bryce is at his core a good guy. He's just so dumb that he doesn't know how dumb he is. And he's very much brainwashed. But he's brainwashed by the same mind virus that would say that he's not brainwashed, you're the brainwashed one. Which he literally does on the one that we just did. Yeah, save it for the Bryce. Exactly, yeah. Dude, there's so much more. We're definitely doing another one. I am committed to doing every single episode of the Ark Insanity podcast. It brings me such joy. There was somebody on the most recent one, somebody commented and they said, "Oh, rent free. Like Bryce is living in my head rent free." I'm like, bro, you can cope that way if you want to and think that this is getting to me somehow. And I love it. Like, if that's the definition of rent free, like that, I have a fascination and enjoyment of it, then sure. Bryce does occupy a space in my mind rent free. But I do not think it means what you think it means when you say that. Dillashaw does not look how he sounds. That is true. That is true. What do you think his voice should sound like? Because I agree with you, but I can't exactly place what I think it should sound like. You'd love to go fishing with Bryce. I bet he'd let me bring you. I guarantee you he would. I guarantee you he would. And I guarantee you that if I told him that I was Jewish, he'd be like, okay. And he'd talk to me. Like, this is the thing. Like, he does not, like, all of these people have these warped perceptions. But if you meet them in person, especially a guy like Bryce who's very religious, he would be cool. He would probably start talking to me about a bunch of religious stuff that would make me want to jump out of the boat. But he would still be cool. Like the real ones, when it comes to like being like legitimate like haters, like the ones that like are like actionably dangerous. Like those are the ones that like lurk on 4chan. You know what I mean? Like people who are out in public with the shit that Bryce does, like that's why he doesn't realize what he's saying is dangerous shit. Because he's too dumb to know. That's just how it goes. But he, at his core, he's a very nice guy. I was actually working on a video about Bryce at one point. And if you go back, watch Bryce's season of The Ultimate Fighter. He was super nice to everyone in the house on The Ultimate Fighter. He made the bow and like gave it as a gift. He was like bringing people, like there was a guy who was like cutting weight and he was like bringing him like fruit and stuff to like help him cut weight. And like, you know, Bryce is a good dude. His brain is just warped and made out of silly putty. You love the helicopter theory he talked out? The helicopter theory. I don't know if I'm familiar with that one. Maybe I am. I probably would know it if you refreshed my memory. Funny because my message stagger and Yema has said something after I type it out before it pops up the last 3 or 4 streams. Yeah. Always one step ahead, brother. This brain, it's galaxy. You're not sure what Dillashaw should sound like? I know. That's the thing, right? It's like you know that the voice doesn't match, but you don't know what it should be. I would say that if I had to say what I thought it should be, it would be like Mikey Musumeci, but without the autism. Does that make sense? I think it actually does make sense. I really think that actually is what I think it would be. Like Mikey Moose, but without the without the little autistic twitch. Look up Bryce helicopter flat earth on... Bro, I am not looking up any Bryce Mitchell if we're not doing Bryce Mitchell live streams, dude. I have to take Bryce in small doses. Not even in small... What I mean is let me rephrase. I have to take Bryce in staggered doses. That does remind me, though, and this is not political, but scientifically speaking, I was curious. Chairway, do you also not believe in gravity? Because, yeah, Chase had asked what some of Bryce's worst takes are. Yeah, I would say that a denial of gravity is certainly up there. You're in the trenches? Yeah, Chairway, I don't doubt that. But again, what I say to that is that, yeah, when you get into the trenches, what you get into is an echo chamber of people who also have conspiratorial beliefs that all bounce off of each other. So you create your own reality with that. What I've been trying to get across. And I know you don't believe that, and there's no changing your mind on that, which is again why I don't debate these things often. Because there's really no point to it as I see it. Because when you have made up your mind that anything that goes against your belief system is a fabrication and a conspiracy and something that is, you have alternative explanations and alternative facts for, then there's no reasoning with that. So I agree to disagree and hope that you don't action that in a way that physically harms anyone. And that's what I come to as a conclusion. So that's where we will put a pin in it. We should put a pin in it as well because we are coming up on the co-main event of this pay-per-view. Oh, how time flies. Oh, yeah. This was nice. This was back. Yeah, this really was like Cody at his absolute peaky peak. When he had brought out the kid, wraps the belt around this young man who was struggling with some illness. Walking out to We Will Rock You should be against the rules. Honestly, John, that one, that's border. Okay, what I'll say about We Will Rock You as a walkout song is I'm okay with that because I feel like We Will Rock You transcends MMA. It's too hack. I would definitely say that it shouldn't be done, but it's not point deduction worthy to me the same way that AC/DC and Red Hot Chili Peppers is. Because I think that there's a little bit more of a classicness to it that I think it's bigger than the sport, I guess, in a way. But AC/DC and Red Hot Chili Peppers as walkout music is so overdone and unnecessary because they're not that great. And I'm a fan of Red Hot Chili Peppers. I like Stadium Arcadium is a fucking 10 out of 10 album. Stadium Arcadium is a classic record. Which the song, that everybody walks out to is on, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's that record. But yeah, I think We Will Rock You is it's a little bit different. So I personally would not take a point for it, but if you take a point for it, I think you're well within your right. So basically he said, how come if you hover a helicopter at the same spot for an hour and it comes down, it lands in the same spot, proves the earth doesn't rotate? Oh, yeah. Oh, so you don't believe in gravity either. Man, you really are deep. Jesus Christ. Alternative science. Everything. There's an alternative to everything. All right. Well, Cody is in the cage, and we await the champ. What the headphones back on for this one. What is Dom walking out to? Sounds like a remix of Cake by Rihanna. Here, what's that? Cake, 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 cake. You used to like that song, Can't Stop, but stopped liking it because every BJJ guy and girl uses that song in their highlight reels. Yeah, it is so overused and done to death that it is point deduction worthy in the Yama scorekeeping record books. Yeah, it's bad. Anybody that walks out to that gets an automatic point deduction from me. Excited to watch this one back. This is a fun fight. Most definitely. And to be perfectly honest, even though I don't hate Dom, I don't love him either, so watching him lose, yeah, I'm okay with that. Stadium Arcadium is tits. Yeah, great album. Really like an album that like almost front to back is entirely good songs. Like those are those rare no skip albums, you know? That's how you know it's excellent. Because yeah, that record is like really almost 100%. It's a double album too. Think about that. That's a double album with almost wall to wall bangers on it. Really impressive. What's my favorite Red Hot Chili Peppers song? My favorite of their songs. That's a good question, honestly. To Love a Martian, I think it's called. It's the song, I think it's the last song on Stadium Arcadium. Actually, also Stadium Arcadium, the song, is also very good. But yeah, it's the song that Anthony Kiedis wrote to his dog that passed away. Yeah, Snow is a great one as well. Yeah, those ones that I name, I think are some really good ones. I like some of their older stuff too, the more funky stuff. Love Roller Coaster. That's always fun. You don't hate Dom. Good for you. You hate Dom for real. Damn. It's like that, Bloomis? Because of his smug assholeness? I can understand it. Right, exactly. We say that you have the echo chamber, you say we have the echo chamber, and we don't come to a conclusion. This is why I don't talk about these things very often with people who think like you. Cuz there's no reasoning there. You have the real facts, we don't have the real facts. We think that we have the real facts, you think that we don't. There's no common ground that is going to be had. You have decided that you have an alternative version of reality that is the real reality, and there's no reasoning with that. So, good day, I guess. Their songs have very good guitar and bass riffs. Absolutely, they do. John Frusciante. John Frusciante is an extremely talented guitarist, very troubled man, but guitar great, and of course Flea. I mean, brother, fantastic musicianship. it almost gets you over the fact that Anthony Kiedis is potentially a PDF file and really not a great guy. All right. Cruz versus Garbrandt. Classic on deck. Like how Dom comes out confident, you know, trying to overmove Garbrandt, very calm and composed until he starts to turn up his own bullshit. When's he going to start breakdancing? How early does he start breakdancing? Oof, nice combo for Garbrandt. Oh, there it is. Already starting. Oh, there's the dance moves. The fact that Garbrandt was this locked in against Dominic Cruz, one of the most dominant champions of the division. Of course, some people consider the GOAT of the division. He comes in like the hottest of hot shits, not realizing that his chin is literally made of paper mache. Cody, right at the bell, he's kind of dancing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he comes in with this confidence that is so ridiculous based on what we know is going to happen in the future. That's why I love going back to these old cards. The context that the future gives us really informs a lot of what you see in a very interesting way. Oh my God. I'm not engaging with this wheelchair way. We can talk about it on the Bryce stream. I'm not going down this shit anymore. Jeremy Hall, what's going on, man? Cody never looked the same after this fight. Also, his trainer changed after this fight. Yeah. Well, I didn't know that he changed gyms. I mean, I did know that he bounced around around a couple of gyms, but he definitely never looked the same. That's what I'm saying. Like, knowing what we know now, seeing this level of confidence it's very interesting. Because he would never do this again, you know? Like, he could never do this again. Like, this version of Garbrandt would never be this again, you know? And you know, it's funny too, because Dom starts out with some pretty decent movement, but he honestly looks like he gasses kind of quickly. It's like he could just be like biding his time a little bit here, but like this is round one and he's already starting to slow down in a pretty significant way. And he hasn't really been touched all that much, you know? Like you see him try, look at him right now. He's like trying to get a little bit of bounce back in his step. But you can see, like, the low kicks are already labored. That was a good connection for Dom. Oh, there you go. Another good one. Garbrandt sticks the tongue out. Still confident in that terrible chin. Oh, Cody. How the tables will turn for you soon. And you know, the funny thing too is, again, like knowing Dominic Cruz the way that we know him now, you know that all of this showboating is absolutely getting to him. He is very upset by this underneath the surface, I guarantee you. Well-timed takedown for Cody. Easy, effortless. Looking like Dillashaw with that. That style of fighting is so hard to maintain through 3 or 5 rounds. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it's crazy to considering that these are the lower weight guys. I mean, this is bantamweight, right? TJ basically ended Cody's career. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that the real moment was when TJ yelled in Cody's face at the end of that fight. But that was before Cody was getting like knocked out, right? I mean, like, oh no, yeah, actually, yeah, because he did knock him out in that one too, didn't he? Yeah, he yelled at him standing over him, and then Garbrandt got up and he yelled at him again. Oh, brother, telling you, man. But yeah, I'm telling you, like, I think that it's partially the gas tank on Dom, and definitely the mind games are fucking with him because Dominic Cruz does not. He's not a person who would react well to being clowned. You know what I mean? That's not in his personality. Think both fights he knocked him out. Yeah, true, true. No, Chairway, I'm not. It's not cognitive dissonance. I just don't want. Again, it's because your alternative version of reality is based on bullshit. It's based on shit that you have read online. The real news, the realness, the real. It's all this grand conspiracy bullshit. It's a bunch of nonsense. But there's no reasoning with it, so I am not going to engage with it. That's the end of the story. Again, I will engage with it on a different stream. But going in these endless circles with the new facts, the real facts, where'd you get your facts from? Cite your sources. The real history. The old record and old people. Yeah, like all of that stuff that, is completely true too. Because again, grand conspiracy. There's just a bunch of people who have changed all of that. An entire planet, millions and millions of people have all conspired to have one version of reality, and you and your tiny population with these mystical old scrolls and the old scribes and old text are all true. Yeah, Chairway, this stream is not about that. We talk about MMA here. I'm not here to have these conversations. I'm not going to be a fucking like encyclopedia for you. And again, even if I did cite those sources, you would just dispute it. This is a non-starter of a conversation. Yeah, Dom reaching too. That's another element of Cody that got lost over time was that his distance management was a lot better when he had this level of confidence. I think that's also what people ended up figuring out about him is that you close the distance on him in a way like you have to do that extra step. You have to close the distance and then like when he backs up, you have to go that one extra step to get like within like the actual distance cuz he's going to move back. And when they figured that out, they were able to touch the chin and then it was all over. Plus Dom still always dealing with the injuries and stuff. So it's like, you never know anywhere throughout his career, like what the internals of his body is like, you know, what's hurting on him. Like, is he in good physical condition or is he just fighting through stuff? What is it that makes Dom hesitate when he strikes? I think it's just trying to throw off the timing of his opponent so that he can land strikes at timing that is not anticipated by them. Which in and of itself, great skill to have if it works, but Garbrandt one step ahead of him. And I'm telling you, I feel like Dom gassed early in this fight. Like he's maybe conserving energy, but like at the same time, he still seems a little labored. Like in this fight. See him right there, breathing heavy. Going back to the corner between rounds, you know? Like, I think he's managing well, but I just don't think that it's, you know, I think that there's the underlying tiredness that he's still knowing. He's got, what, 3 more rounds now? That was a nice land to the back of the knee from Dom to Garbrandt. All right, round 3. Oof. Ha. Banana peel for Cody, but then he gets right back up and back to the striking tag. Yeah, cut Dom open off of that engagement on the stand-up. I mean, it's not like Cody took over the fight nice and slow. It was his fight from the get-go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that Dom just like couldn't keep up with this. And I really do believe, I'm telling you, I have a firm belief that the mind games were working. Because Dom Cruz is not a person who takes kindly to being clowned. We know this. You know, he is a no-nonsense. Oh, yeah, and there's that wobble. Yeah, that was a mistake on Garbrandt's part. He should have followed up. He had Dom wobbled there for a brief second, and then he just went back to emoting. Cruz should have went for more takedowns. Big facts, Jeremy. Absolutely. Could have been a legitimate game changer for him, honestly. He chose to do this. But also, I think part of the problem was that Dom did, like, the distance management was just really good for Garbrandt. Again, this is before Garbrandt like was fully figured out, I think. Again, you have on the one hand in the co-main a person who had not been figured out, and then in the main event, a woman who had been totally figured out. Odd dynamic with that. But with Garbrandt, what I was saying about like that extra step, I think that Dom not recognizing that, you see, he's overswinging his shots at distance because he's not at the right range. Cody is just managing distance extremely well. So I think that it makes it very hard for Dom to even initiate a takedown. Not that he's doing it, but if he was to initiate takedowns, I think that would have been a problem for him too. Because Cody he was out there dancing. I mean, like he really was managing distance in an amazing way, and it allowed him not only to get the strikes that he wanted, but also emote on him relentlessly. Yeah, absolutely. Distance management all day. And again, that's why he's able to be out here breakdancing. Because at this point, especially at this point in the fight, round 3, he's been out here doing this for essentially over 2 rounds now. it's got Dom scared to engage because he knows he's not going for takedowns, which I would think might have something to do with his taped up ankles, but speculation. I don't know if he's ever, oh, got caught there. But I don't know if he's ever confirmed or denied that, but he's not going for takedown. So if he's going to keep it standing, and every time he actually comes into distance, Garbrandt is ready for him, kind of a foregone conclusion. And that's where you get the funky moves. Garbrandt out here looking like a Jabberwocky. Once other fighters figured out how to manage Cody's left hand, also changed how fighters approached Cody. Absolutely. Well, that and realized that his chin was easily shattered. But you're definitely right. I mean, the power hand, once you know, it's kind of a dual thing there. It's like once you realize how he's throwing the power hand and also how he, like his footwork, once you figure out the footwork in relation to how he throws the shot, you can manipulate, like you almost guide his movement with your own at that point. Like if you really have a good handle on it, which I think a lot of guys finally did, especially Dillashaw. Yeah, Dom is looking all kinds of not great at this point. You would think Cruz is easy to figure out once you do, he's fucked. Um, I mean, yeah, hard to say because I mean, like Cruz, I would say is one of those guys that like even if you have him figured out, he can still do what he needs to do. Like you know, he's one of those guys that at a time at least for certain fighters. Oh, jeez, that cut is so bad off the head clash. Oof, Jesus. Is that what they ended up stopping? They didn't end up stopping it over that though, right? Or do they? Yeah, I don't remember. Is that how this ends? No, they let it go. God damn, that cut is ridiculous. That they, bro's eyebrow is hanging over his eyelid. But yeah, what I was saying is that like I think with Dom, like he was one of those guys that even though you knew what he was gonna do, he was still able to do it. But Cody, like I guess what you're saying is kind of true. Once he figured out the strat that works, he just did it, and then he was indeed fucked. Clash of heads that opened up his eyelid certainly does not help that. Could you imagine if the doctor stopped it because of the cut? Dom would have had an absolute fucking fit. Oof. Dropped him again and is emoting again. Why do you not go in for the kill, Cody Garbrandt? This is the last opportunity you would ever have to do it. To his own detriment, he doesn't go in for the kill. You see, even at this point, with the small movements of Cody, the way that he does that lean on the one leg, goes back to the fast shuffle. It's impressive. Do you watch any other sports besides MMA? I really don't have much time for them, but I am a big fan of hockey. I actually used to do a show similar to Yama about hockey, but it's been a while. I do not have the time for it, but I do love hockey. Yeah, hockey I enjoy. I mean, I can get down with any sport. Like, I'll watch a football game if people are watching it and I'm there. I can enjoy it, but it's not my favorite. I would say that my sports tier list is MMA, in all combat sports, hockey, football, basketball, baseball, probably like soccer, and then maybe like racing or something. Yeah, I do not like car racing in the slightest. Shout out to Hydra. I know he loves it, but I don't like cars, so car racing is very boring to me. Like, I don't like cars, period, so watching them drive around in a circle, certainly not entertaining. Cruz is having an extremely difficult time scoring. Thank you, Goldberg. Thank you for that quality commentary that we have lost with your absence. Used to be on the swim team in high school. That shit sucked. Um, yeah, track and field kind of stuff. Not really for me. I was on the track team for like a little bit. Oh, God, dropped him again and then doesn't follow up again. Cody is just too comfortable, bro. Too relaxed. Oh my God, dude. But yeah, I was not, yeah, I don't really get down with a lot of that stuff. Although I will say that I do love the Olympics. So I will watch that stuff during the Olympics, but that's really about the full extent of it. I also think that table tennis is really cool. I heard the Marty Supreme movie is pretty good, which is about table tennis to an extent. Imagine being in MMA ring and a person is trying to hit you as hard as he can and you dodge it and emote the guy. I mean, dude, this is the most locked in that Cody has ever been in his career and will ever be again. Like, it's really crazy to think. Like, at the time we would never know it, but is the greatest fight of Cody Garbrandt's life. And it always will be. Like, there is no second coming. There is no resurgence for Cody Garbrandt. This is the absolute peak. We are watching his peak in this fight. Baseball is easily the most exciting sport in the world. Nonstop action. Yeah, I know. I like baseball in person. Like, I like going to a baseball game. I can find that fun for like a day out, but it's more entertaining and exciting to play, I would definitely say. I used to play baseball as a kid, little league or whatever. But I don't miss it. I was never great at it. Hockey, I was pretty good at. I was a pretty goddamn good defenseman in my time. But the problem with me in hockey was that I was like in that weird age bracket where like I was I was big for my age. So I was like, in my like earlier years of hockey, I was like big. I was like the big guy on the team. So like I was kind of able to like muscle people around a little bit. But then once the sizes started to like even out when I like advanced in the sport, yeah, it wasn't, the sport caught up with me, you know? And also, I was on a team that I really didn't want to be on. That's when I actually ended up quitting a team at one point. I was like, fuck this. I don't want to be with these people anymore. I don't like them. I don't want to do this anymore. You're a monster of a man. I mean, I like to think that I'm a gentle giant, or was at the time anyway. Oof. Flying knee lands, but Cody able to eat that. How did he eat the knee and then get starched by so many others? Bro, that was the moment that you really knew it was over. That seals the deal. When Garbrandt goes down for the push-up. That is a wild thing to do in a fight, bro. That's like almost on the level of Nick Diaz going into the Burt Reynolds pose mid-fight. Dom resigned. Yo, for real. Did you, how, after that, how could you not? Got 2 minutes left in this round, and it's like, what are you supposed to do at that point, bro? He literally just hit a fucking push-up mid-fight. Monopoly Man Morgan, what's good, brother? Good to see you. Welcome. Then just trips him. Oh, such a thorough embarrassing of a dominant champion. And then to be embarrassed every other fight thereafter. This is such a... I'm really glad we're watching this again. I haven't seen this fight since it happened. Except for like clips and stuff. But, man, it's such a... like, it's hard to think of other fighters that have had this exact scenario where they have, like, you are literally witnessing the absolute highest that their ceiling would ever go, which is the top of the mountain. He won the belt. That's, I mean, you can never forget anytime that you talk about Cody Garbrandt and all of the lowlights that he has had since this fight. You can never take away the fact that he won the belt emphatically in this fight. He hit a fucking push-up in this fight. Cody was so fast. It's the fast. We were just talking about that earlier. The speed plus the distance management. And then having some decent hands to touch him up as well. You know, I mean, like, all of these elements came together in such a real way. His prime, you'd put him up against the best? Well, that's the problem, though, is that he was still in his prime after this fight and then did not measure up against the best. Although, you know, with the EPO and Dillashaw's system, I suppose there's an argument to be made that he was kind of cheated. But either way, you know, you'd think that after a downfall, there is still potential for him to come back. But I mean, he, like, the drop off for Garbrandt was just so swift. Dom trying to do his crazy movement at a 50% slower pace. Legit, dude. And Bloomis, I'm telling you, like, that was really on display probably through about like 3/4 of the way through round one. Because if you saw in round 1, he was like moving pretty effectively. I mean, he certainly was trying at least. But I really feel like Dom, like, even though he didn't gas to the point that he was like hands on the knees, he was still, I want to say, he was kind of gassed. And I guarantee you, he would never admit it, but the emoting was definitely getting to him. He could have been punch drunk. Who knows? The wars alpha male boxing put him through. Perhaps. I mean, anything could be the case. All I know is that we know, the record speaks for itself, and you cannot deny the glass of the chin. That's no amount of whatever you justify it with. It doesn't change the fact that in fights, in the active competition, you touch that chin, except for the flying knee of Dominic Cruz, apparently. Cody, no IQ, Garbrandt. He didn't have to have IQ in this fight. He did it without IQ. He did it with one half of his IQ tied behind his back. They trained Cody to beat the gym's arch nemesis, not defend the belt repeatedly. Yeah, hey, understand the assignment. $48-46. People gave 2 rounds to Dom in that fight. Way too emotional during the TJ fights. That's why he took those L's. There's probably something to that. Yeah, I would say. I mean, that's kind of a recurring theme with Garbrandt. He is a dude who lets his emotions kind of get the better of him. That was very apparent on his season of The Ultimate Fighter, if you recall. But I really don't chalk it up to that entirely, though. I mean, maybe you could say it's a combination of a number of things, but really at the end of the day, I really do truly believe that it was just an overconfidence in his abilities paired with a glass chin that was very touchable. And when people figured out the distance management with him, I think that's really what it came down to. They scored movement. They must have. Let's go. The neck tats just tell me he's a stable guy. I mean, obviously, you see a guy like that, you say, he's a guy I'd trust with my finances. This is a man that I want to be investing my savings bonds. All memes aside, this was a really cool moment that he got to wrap the belt around this kid who he formed the bond with. Aw, sweet kid. Yeah, solid moment. Yeah, good deal. And then we would see the swift decline while we wait for the main event to start here. Checking out Cody Garbrandt's record real quick. Of course, takes the L to Dillashaw. The additional L, you were right, Jeremy. Back-to-back KOs in the Dillashaw fights. Then an L to Pedro Munoz. Oh. Beating Rafael Assunção. Okay. Maybe things are turning around. And then double L. Pair of wins over Trevin Jones. Okay. Unanimous decision win over that too. Great. Knockout over Brian Kelleher on the other side of his injury, I believe. That might not have been, was it? Yeah, no, I think it was. I think that was Kelleher's comeback fight after he had his surgery, I think. So, you know, a win over a compromised Brian Kelleher, and then back-to-back losses, getting submitted by Davison Figueiredo in his debut at bantamweight. Oh man, yeah. You can feel how you want to feel, and if you want to hold more stock in Garbrandt than the vast majority does, then that's your business. But I don't think that you can deny that this stretch right here, which is everything after this win, that's from 2017 to now. Not great. Not great. I like that they keep in all of these previews for old movies. We're getting a preview for the return of Xander Cage, starring one Michael Bisping. Co-starring. Very, very co-starring. Cody was my favorite fighter for the time. I watched the embedded episodes of him with the kid and giving him the belt. After that, I stopped caring. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. Yeah, I mean, I think it was great. I think that the bond that he had with that kid was really cool, and the fact that he got to wrap the belt around him, I think that was a legitimately wholesome moment in this sport. But then the rest happened. Again, we look at these older fights with future context. That's why doing these replay streams are so interesting in the big picture. Again, never let it be taken away. The fact that we saw Alex Garcia fight on this card, he got a great knockout on this card and is now sitting in a jail cell for being a legitimate drug kingpin. Sorry guys, have family here visiting. Hey, Didgeridoo Dave, go do your thing, bro. Thank you very much for hanging out, man. Appreciate you, bro. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy a brisk Australian Sunday, my friend. Have fun. Cody was too fast for his own good. He put his chin on their fist, knee/foot after touching them with a combo. He did dip a lot. That was a problem for sure. And also, I mean, look, you go up against EPO Dillashaw. There's always going to be problems with that because Dillashaw was the man with exactly that same thing. One of the greatest masteries of speed management in the sport, I would say. Sadly, it came with the asterisk of enough EPO to knock over an ox. More Ronda glaze. There's Ronda Rousey and then the rest of them. Oh, how that tune would change. That tune would change so much that now she hates Joe Rogan. With the level of glaze that Joe Rogan put on Ronda Rousey, it is kind of wild that one sentence basically changed her entire opinion of him. Time is a crazy beast. John Jones is still champ though. Jesus, dude. He's certainly the champion of ducking. Quack, quack, baby. In a way, Tom kind of got out okay in that equation, considering that if he got that bad of an eye poke from Cyril Gahn, imagine how bad it would have been against John Jones. Tom would have lost 2 eyes exactly, dude. Tom might have been memeing with the cane and the seeing eye dog. Had he actually fought John, it wouldn't have been a meme. We'll say, bad reputation as walkout music for Ronda, pretty iconic. At the time, I thought this was a 50-50 fight. Not me, man. Not me. Not after Ronda went into fucking the Fortress of Solitude for a year. I knew the minute she got knocked out by Holly Holm that she was going to lose in her next fight. I was very confident in that. That's what I was saying earlier in the stream. I was like, if there was any fight that I regret not putting money on, it is this fight. Because when I saw what Holly did to her, I knew that she had been figured out. And I recognized, even early on in being an MMA fan, or earlier anyway, because I would have started watching the sport probably like, you know, on and off, not as like hardcore as obviously as I am now, but like I would have been probably maybe like 5 years in at this point or something like that. You know, just going to bars to watch it and stuff like that. Even at that point, I knew that what Ronda was good at there was an answer to it. And I didn't even really know that much about Amanda Nunes. I'd seen her fight like maybe once or twice, but I just knew that whatever she was going to bring to the table would be a better answer than what Ronda would have in this fight after having been knocked out. Carano would have given her trouble in Strikeforce. Well, Monopoly Man, there's potential for us to get that fight in 2026. We might get that fight on the lawn of the White House. How ridiculous. It would be kind of fitting because it's like, I mean, in a way, I actually do kind of think Sean O'Malley did have a good point. Like, there is a little bit of a star power problem for the White House card. You know, obviously Connor's going to be on it. Probably fighting Chandler, I would suspect. So you've got Connor. You still need to fill out the rest of the card. It still has to be iconic. It still has to be names that people know outside of the MMA world. It's not going to be John, maybe. It probably still will be John. I think that Dana ends up putting John on the card. But we'll see. So let's say for the sake of argument, it's not John. Ronda Rousey hinting at this comeback. Who knows? You were like, she could take her down and get that armbar. I know I looked dumb. No, it's not dumb. I don't think it was dumb at all. I mean, I think a lot of people thought that. In fact, I would have liked to have gone back and seen what the odds were on this fight. That would draw. I mean, look, the White House card doesn't need to draw. Like, the White House card is going to be what the White House card is going to be. You know what I mean? But sure, you know, it certainly wouldn't be bad for viewer-wise. People will remember Ronda. Would it be a good fight? No. No, it would not. Remember when Dana was talking up UFC 300 main event as never before seen and once in a lifetime? Reminds me of the White House talks. I mean, I think it by the very nature of it has to be that. The conversation has to be that. Whether it delivers on that, obviously that remains to be seen. But you can't have the first ever sporting event, period, not just fighting event, the first ever sporting event to ever take place at the White House. You can't have that not be of the caliber that we're talking about it as, you know? What are you supposed to do? You gonna put Jim Miller on the card? I mean, you probably could, I guess, for the fans. I think they would be very stupid not to put Esteban Ribovics on there. But then again, we're talking about the America problem. You know what I mean? Like, you have American fighters. Sure. How many huge name American fighters do you have right now that are worthy of a fight of that caliber? These are the questions. Do you think Conor will fight on the White House card? 100% he will. Yeah, absolutely he will. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind about that. The card could be shit. It certainly could be shit. Absolutely. I think that Conor being on it will probably bring a level of interest and excitement to it. Conor still... See, this is the thing about Conor. Conor still can go through the motions. He can still turn the switch on to be a version of old Conor. He'll never be old Conor, but he can still get himself to as close to old Conor as his body and his mind and time will allow. So I think that will carry the card regardless of what the rest of it looks like, but there's got to be more than just Conor. There's no way that it can just be Conor and a bunch of randos. As long as Rose versus Carla 3 is on the White House card, it should be fine. Big facts. Legitimate facts. Going to bring Carla Esparza out of retirement for that one. That's how important that fight is. No belt on the line either. Dana and Trump will do everything, will do whatever they want for this card, whether it's proper for the magnitude or not. It's what they've both done with everything else they do. Yeah, well, obviously that's true, but you know that comes with them wanting to... They would not want themselves to be embarrassed by a lackluster card. So it might be with the service of self-aggrandizing, but they will still do that for that purpose. You know what I mean? Conor, the future 170 champ? God willing, brother. The run starts now. The run starts on the lawn of the White House. The run starts with Donald Trump sitting in a fold-up chair in front of a kiddie pool, watching fights, sipping a Coors Light. America's beer. What is America's beer? It's got to be Bud, right? But didn't they sell to some overseas company? And then, of course, Bud Light. You know, you're not allowed to drink that anymore. Irreparable public image damage done to Bud Light. Even though Bud Light is a sponsor of the UFC now. So maybe Bud Light is cool again. I don't know. Starts in June, ends in December, calling for Hamzat at 185. All right. From your mouth to God's ears, brother. From your mouth to Trump's ears, to Dana's ears, to the ears of the Lord. And then Hamzat just lays on him for 5 rounds. All right, Rousey versus Nunes. Let's enjoy this classic moment in sports history. The final disposal of Ronda Rousey. Hands already moving. Touching her early. Ronda's chin also not conditioned in the slightest for the striking that Amanda brings to the table. That's another big problem. You can see how wobbly she already is. Oh, yeah, she's getting pummeled. We aren't even 30 seconds in, and she's already looking wobbled. Oh, no. It's so funny that how she keeps the guard high and then just gets touched through the guard. Oh, my God. And that's it. 44 seconds. 34 seconds, I believe. 34 seconds. All I want for the White House card is Trump commentating every fight by himself. Bro, if that was the case, I don't even know if I would live stream. I might just have to sit and watch that and just take it all in. Because I don't know if you know this, but we are absolutely, positively, 10 billion% going to be doing a watch along for the White House card. Bud Light is not gay anymore. Dana said it. They're back to being America's beer. Okay, great. I'm glad that Dana clarified that. Thank God. I feel bad for that trans person who got caught up in all of that. Because if you recall, that trans person, Bud Light reached out to them. It's not like that trans lady wanted to be involved in any of this. They came to her and said, hey, do you want to do a brand deal with us? So really, this poor trans influencer is catching strays from the entire country because Bud Light wanted to change their image. Collateral damage. Oh, man. You could argue for early stoppage in that fight, by the way. Just saying. I don't think anybody would have been too upset if Ronda took a little bit more of a beating on that one. It is very sweet that Amanda and Nina have been together for so long. Seeing little Nina back there with her. Nina, a good wife, forwent the rest of her career to raise the kids at home while Daddy Amanda went out and was the breadwinner. Yep, trying to shake people's hands. Ronda just out there, no handshakes, because she's an asshole. We know this. And now your new GOAT has arrived. New gods. And there's the best women's mixed martial artist of all time. Why couldn't Ronda take the mic and said good fight? Because she's a prick. We've talked about this already. We've gone over the reasons. Ronda is an asshole. And a baby. Canada won their juniors game. Let's go. Oh, Canada. Winning at the juniors. It was way closer than it should have been. Who are they playing? They playing America? Were they playing the Stars and Stripes? Yeah, Ronda's still on her feet when that thing was stopped. Yeah, Herb could have let that go. I actually always remember this post-fight speech as well. I really liked what Amanda said. She's like, hey, enough of this bullshit with Ronda Rousey. I'm the champ. I am here. And then she lived up to it, too. Again, very different versions of the line when it comes to the co-main and main event of this card. They played Latvia and only scored 2 on like 40. Damn, 2 on 40 shots? I mean, that's not like unreasonable numbers, but for a juniors game, yeah, you'd think that it would have been better. Did Latvia score at all? Yeah, this really was the ascension of Amanda Nunes on this card. Nice little primer to remind everybody what you're getting into when you fight the GOAT, Amanda. You hear that? Muscle Mommy Kayla? knew I was going to beat the shit out of Ronda Rousey. Let's go, dude. I love Amanda. Amanda is a positive female role model. She really did read her the riot act. This bullshit Ronda Rousey. She's going to go retire and go do movies. I love it, dude. Couldn't have happened to a nicer opponent, you know? This bullshit Ronda Rousey. Oh, man. I love it, dude. Amanda really, she talked that shit, dude. Gotta love it. The champ has a name. You want to talk about somebody who's still a champ? There you go. Amanda Nunes. You can't beat what retires on top. Good deal. And of course, we do not get to hear Ronda Rousey's thoughts about this event because she was off to the back. She was gone. Oh, and I guess that's where they end the live stream. Well, how about that? All right. Well, I guess that's where we will also end the live stream then. What a fun trip down memory lane this has been. Good deal. Man, that was a good time. I'm glad that we did that, you know? Got a good stream in. Afternoon into early evening. Everybody can go enjoy their Saturday night now. Last Saturday of the year. Of course, as I've said, don't know about anything tomorrow, but Monday, last week's fights, is a big one, people. This is our year-end wrap-up. Monday night, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The podcast, Last Week's Fights, myself and Chase Parton, will be breaking down all of the best and worst of the year. We're talking fight of the year. We're talking knockout of the year. We're talking submission of the year. This is going to be a fun stream. So definitely tune in on Monday, 10 o'clock. We will be here for the podcast. Tuesday night, 11 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to be doing the Ryzen New Year's Eve card. This is going to be a big thing for this stream. It'll be our first time ever taking in a Ryzen card, and hopefully it will live up to the hype that a New Year's Eve show in Japan is known to have. The aura that emanates from a New Year's Eve show on Japanese soil, we're going to see if it lives up to it. So hopefully that'll be the case there. And, new stuff always coming out. We did the last Friday stream last night, the free-for-all. Went over all of the major news of the year. Nice discussion, me and Chase talking through the major milestones of the year in 2025 MMA culture. And new video is out on the channel as well. Karate Combat video talking about all of the allegations and rumors going around in that organization. So plenty to consume over here on the Yama channel. Thank you so much to all of you guys who donated today. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who has hung out in the chat. Always appreciate chatting with you guys. Always interesting conversations to be had. It means a lot to me, of course, as I always say. This is my favorite thing to do, and you make it so. So appreciate you guys as always. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and as always, fight on.
Change.